Well, hello, Top Med Talk listeners. We're coming to you live from San Francisco for the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiology. Oh, gosh, I need to start all that over. This is hot, Mike, and we're going live. We're live at Anesthesiology 2023, the American Society of Anesthesiologists annual meeting here in San Francisco. I'm Desiree Chappell, your host, and I'm joined by my co-hosts, Monty Mythen, Mike Grocott, Guy Ludbrook. I got a fantastic lineup here. Monty, welcome.
Desiree, as always, it is great to be here. So I think we've done a number of ASAs now, a few of them virtually, but it's great to be back and great to be back in San Francisco on this very, very important day.
Yeah.
So I'm wearing my green, white and gold because there's a little bit of rugby happening later. Professor Ludbrook probably knows what the match is later.
I do. I have to confess to having been born in New Zealand, who's playing, I think, some country from the UK. But as always, I'm impartial and we'll just let it happen and may the best team win.
I think you just precipitated a diplomatic incident.
What you mean is the Independent Republic of Ireland.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Somehow our conversations always start or end with something around football, soccer football, or rugby. I'm still trying to understand the difference between all the ones. So 5 years ago, this weekend, we were here at the Moscone Center here in San Francisco at the Smith's Medical booth doing this very podcast.
Yes.
Do you remember?
Yeah, the Superman setup. That was wonderful.
Yeah, that was
very
good.
Awesome.
Some
wonderful interviews that day.
It was.
Those days.
Yes, those days. So, Monty, you've come over. Mike, I'm so glad that you're here, coming over from the UK and able to join us to be a co-host and my co-pilot over the next 3 days. So excited about the meeting this weekend?
It's great to be here. Great to be part of this. You were sharing the stats before. Over 2 million downloads.
Yeah. Top Med Talk, we just surpassed this summer, right, Monty?
Yeah,
2
we're
million
well
downloads.
into the 2 millions now.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And over 2,000 podcasts we've done. I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
I just get it's been a lot of work.
Still over 100 countries, which is great.
Over 100. That's right. So lots of great content out there. We just got our new website up and running, so it may not look completely different, but in the background it's running differently, so hopefully easier to use. And we're going to be broadcasting this weekend throughout the entire weekend, so if you're watching now, thank you so much. If you're listening, do join us. The schedule is at topmedtalk.com. It's loaded up on the webpage. You can check it out there. Some great conversations coming up over this weekend. Guy, tell me some of the ones you're most excited about.
Look, I think looking at the program, I see perioperative medicine and related topics linked through the meeting. And that's great to see. I mean, as our specialty evolves, we need to look at where we're going to go, where the biggest need is. So, those really caught my attention. Everything from just updates in perioperative medicine to geriatric people, which in my world is a huge issue, to
I think it's in all our world.
Point of care ultrasound, all these theoretical and pragmatic issues that we just have to deal with. So that's what I'm really excited about this week.
Yeah. I was looking through our schedule, kind of, looking at all of our different conversations. There's a real thread of technology, emerging medications, a lot of new stuff, and AI is huge.
AI everywhere, yeah. Large language models, what you can do with ChatGPT, and all that, it's everywhere.
It is everywhere. It's a little interesting, though, because, everybody's talking about it, but it's trying to figure out what it is in the very first place, I feel like.
We're back to big data 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
We won't retell that story now. We'll retell that story in the bar later. But
it feels like
coffee bar
you can't
later.
quite see what's going to coalesce out of the cloud. Something's clearly
out of the cloud. Yes.
I meant.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. That cloud.
but similarly, it's clearly going to be fantastically important, both in our everyday lives and in our professional lives.
Yeah.
But exactly how is just hard to put your finger on at the moment.
Yeah, it really is.
And potentially a bit intimidating too.
Yeah.
For those of us who, a little older than others, we weren't brought up with this, and so not only to understand what it is, but how we're going to work with it, and is that going to be an easy thing for us to do, or we've got a lot of learning to do. I kind of sense, in fact, if it's that clever, it's going to make it usable for me, or at least I'm hoping.
I hope so. We talk a lot about this, and we have here on Top Med Talk. We're using AI so much now in our everyday lives, whether we know it or not. I mean, if anybody has a cell phone, that is your Waze app or your Maps. All of that is generated with AI. So it'll be interesting how it comes over. I know we have a really cool conversation coming up with Provation Medical, Manny Vindaya, talking about AI and how the use of that, hopefully, like you said, will improve, but also, contribute to improving physician burnout and provider burnout and things like that, which I've done a lot of change management, and I've seen where sometimes technology is supposed to do that. It doesn't always do that. Sometimes it contributes to a little bit of burnout. So I'm hoping that we do this in a little bit better way, this generation of technology.
A bit more humane.
Yeah,
hopefully.
maybe that's what it is. Yeah. I mean, it's just definitely thoughtful for sure. Any other conversations that you guys are excited about today on Top Med Talk that we're going to be having?
I think a really interesting conversation this afternoon. I forget the name of the guys, but from a black medical college without an anesthesiology program. Really interesting conversation in the we were trying to work it out before, the EDI or the DEI space, the equality, diversity, inclusion space, the challenges that they must have had. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, Elijah McMillan and Majesty Greer are, yes. And they've gone to a historically black medical college. They have no anesthesia residency program there. And they're going to talk to us a little bit about, some of those hardships and challenges that they've faced and what it's like now for medical students, going through. So I think that's going to be good. Guy, anything for you?
Well,
go ahead.
Really to pick up on what Mike said, it resonates very much with what you and I have talked about in recent days. We have a close relative who is from an Indigenous background who's just got himself into medical school. Now, from a journalist background, but he really wanted to do that for the reasons that he really wants to help. Not an easy path, though.
No.
So it's really kind of interesting to see or to hear what we're going to hear this afternoon and how that resonates, which kind of what I've experienced, seeing someone really push through. But, great results can come.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to talk a lot more about OR sustainability. We're going to talk about Medicare physician payments, MIPS, the Merit-Based Incentive Program. Lots of great information. So stick around. Our schedule is, if you've ever been on Top Med Talk or listened to us or watched us broadcast live, it's live radio, I guess is how we say it, live TV.
Yeah.
And so the schedule is always kind of subject to change a little bit. We might be running behind here and there, but we'll try and keep you guys updated. Monty, any final words?
You can just remind people that you can listen and to a certain extent watch on demand. So if you don't get it in the moment, if for some reason you choose to watch the rugby instead of listen to Top Med Talk, don't know why I mentioned that again, but then you can catch up later on or dive into our archive of over 2,000 podcasts. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
I believe you can also watch the rugby on demand.
Can we rugby? Oh yeah. So we may or may not have an iPad up here watching the rugby. I'm just saying that iPad may be strategically placed. Again, thank you to our sponsors. Thank you so much for making all of this possible. And we look forward to the future conversations that we have throughout the day and throughout the weekend. Cheers, everybody. Well, hello and welcome back to Top Med Talk. We're here in San Francisco for the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists, Anesthesiology 2023. Now, I'm your host, Desiree Chappell, and I'm joined by my co-hosts, Monty Mythen and Guy Ledbrook. Hello, gentlemen. How you doing?
Great to be here, Desiree.
Yeah. Fantastic to see you all again.
Good, good. Monty, 5 years we were here in San Francisco for ASA.
Yeah, it wasn't our first ASA,
No,
but it was a very memorable one.
It was. It was our first time having kind of the show
Yeah, we
and
had
doing
our
the fun
own
stuff.
booth, and look how it's expanded.
I know. So we want to thank the American Society of Anesthesiologists for supporting us to be here this year and giving us this absolutely gorgeous booth and this setup. We could not do this without their support and the support of our sponsors, right, Monty?
Yeah, very generous support from all of our sponsors, including Edwards Life Sciences, Medtronic, GE, and so on.
Yeah, so on. Thank you so much.
That enables the fact that it's all free,
That's right.
open access medical education.
Yeah, so Top Med Talk, perioperative podcast that we put out to the world and keep it completely free. And again, we could not do that without the supporters and without listeners. Thank you so much for tuning in every week and listening and joining in the very important conversations that we have. So thank you. So it's been a fantastic meeting so far. We're kind of just getting kicked off, but per the usual, having really wonderful guests to sit down with us to have great conversations about everything that's happening in anesthesia, emerging technologies that have been around for a while but are still being refined. Our next guest is Dr. Manny Vindia, who is joining us from Provation. Manny, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me.
I was trying to say, now how am I going to introduce him? Do I want to say first you're the CMO of Provation, correct?
That's correct. Eye procedures and the Provation Eye Pro.
That's right. And you founded Eye Procedures.
That is correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you also are a practicing cardiac anesthesiologist, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And where do you practice?
I'm in Tampa, Florida.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, Manny, it's great to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us a little bit more about yourself, where Eye Procedures came from, and a little bit about the concept of all of that?
Yes. So if you go back about a decade or so, where everything was on paper, most of it was on paper. And we saw a niche in anesthesia where we could actually convert this space digitally. And we founded Eye Procedures at the time, which is the AIM solution.
Yes.
But we wanted to incorporate mobility into this one.
Yeah. So I'm going to stop you for 2 seconds because you said AIMS, and I'm not for sure if everybody knows what AIMS means. AIMS.
Anesthesia Information Management System.
Okay.
The space is so unique that it requires its own EMR or EPR, whatever space you're in.
A lot of abbreviations there for our global listeners. Electronic medical
patient record, or electronic health record, or electronic medical record.
Gotcha.
So same thing depending on the space that you're in. And it is so unique that it required its own electronic medical record for anesthesia, which is the Anesthesia Information Management System.
Yeah.
It's a complex space with complex players. And in a stressful environment, taking care of a patient, and documentation should be the last thing people should be worried about. And so we came up with a solution in this space, and we kept on, improving it, and made it the first mobile solution in the world.
Fantastic. I know I can remember doing the paper charting, and actually there's still quite a lot of people who are doing that, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's probably the dominant technology in the world still.
Paper charting. It is.
Yeah,
it
do you call it seagulls in this part of the world, doing the little seagulls for the systolic blood pressure across the paper chart?
Birds of flight. Yeah.
Somehow they're very parallel.
Yeah. Yes, they are. Railroad tracks, as we like to call them. That's correct. Manny, so people have been using paper for a very long time and realize that there's a better way to do this. One of the things, we've all seen emerging electronic medical records and different ways to do things. Tell us just quickly about iPro and how that is different and specific in the anesthesia space.
That's correct. So if you look at the space itself, just digitizing an anesthetic record is not good enough, but that's a good start.
Yeah.
So if you look at the US space itself, almost everybody has incorporated an electronic medical record in anesthesia already. That's, I believe, is just a start. Mm-hmm. But if you look at the number of cases that are done outside the operating room, non-operating room anesthesia, we are growing there as a specialty. That's about 40%, 30 to 40%. Absolutely. So this old notion that we'll design an anesthesia information management system for the operating room is old and obsolete. It has to be mobile, it has to be agile, and it should be incorporated anywhere in the hospital. So that's where the mobility comes in, and that's how we started off in this space here.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, there's been a lot of conversation about artificial intelligence and AI, and I know that this is part of iPro and what's being developed. Talk to us a little bit about how the AI is working within your system, and I really next then want to talk about how all this is going to make our lives better. I'm going to just say, as an anesthetist, anesthesiologist, anesthesia providers in the OR.
It's funny because we are medically so advanced in anesthesia, in medicine itself, but we're the last adapters of technology in medicine. Yeah. And it so happens that when the AI came out, medicine happens to be the first one to adapt AI. This happened exactly about a year ago, November. So it's catching on fire. So there's a lot of buzzwords going on. Maybe replaces. All of those are hype at this time, but it actually can augment in what we're doing. So if having a digital anesthetic record base will really help incorporate AI on top of it. It is actually a big blessing because you don't have to redo anything. You just have to layer on top of it. Once again, lots of abbreviations like LLMs, large language models, in voice activation and voice models out there. So I think AI is going to help augment what we're doing, both on the user interface side and also on the data side in the back end. Yeah. And that we're just getting started in this space.
Yeah. Monty, did you have a question?
Yeah, Manny, can you give us an example of how you think that might play out, or if it's played out already?
It is in primary care space already. Okay. So the notion that we have to open a computer and start documenting is going to be obsolete. You can have a conversation with the patient, and the documentation could be a byproduct of it.
Yes.
So that obviously is very native for a primary care space. But can we take some elements of that one into AIM space for documentation? And more importantly, us as perioperative physicians, can we incorporate this technology into daily clinical care? In other words, just getting the history and physical or peri-op journey of a patient without actually cleaning through records and records of their past medical history, past surgical history, their labs as a trend. That should be conversational within electronic medical record. So I see a step where the UI becomes much more sleeker, easier, uniform, but the bigger play is actually the data and how you can actually have a conversation with the data in terms of patient care.
Oh, that's fascinating. So you should be able to go into a chart and type that you want to know someone's labs or something like that and say, I just want to know what their potassium was.
What's this type thing? We've just heard we can drop that.
Yes, we should take the next level where you should have a conversational analytics conversation with the data itself.
I'm so stuck, ingrained into everything as a type. I'm having a hard time making that connection. So, because you said, in anesthesia, team anesthesia may be a little bit of a late adopter on some technology. How do you feel that, putting AI into our practice, how do we get anesthesiologists, CRNAs, everyone in this space to adopt this?
So we're always afraid that something going to replace us or number one and two, that the machine doesn't have to tell us how to practice medicine. That's not the notion here. It is here to help us practice better. Make us quicker, faster decisions quickly. No technology is going to ever replace a physician or a clinician, but it's going to make it more safer, easier. And in this environment where we have shortage of anesthetists around the world, if you look at, we have this notion of locums and revolving door of providers coming through. They don't have to learn a new EMR or electronic medical records. So it should be easy. That's half the stress when you start a new job.
Sure, absolutely.
So if you can take that away by making it agnostic, where you can actually have a conversation, that would definitely help. So when you put these conveniences ahead in front, not as a replacement, I think that's going to help adapt, the anesthesia providers adapt this technology.
It should be as easy as picking up, the new cell phones that you can just, start using the minute you take it out of the box. That's pretty much, right?
That is correct.
Guy, how does this technology?
Manny, we go back a long way, actually, and our procedures, I've actually used it. So, I guess that speaks to the fact that the interactivity is not too complicated because you can occasionally teach an old dog new tricks.
So if Guy can use it, then that means...
Ask the people that program my phone. But seriously, distraction in the operating room is not a good thing. Whether it's charting the paper seagulls or whether it's having to type stuff, it's not perfect. Your approach, there isn't a lot of typing. The interactivity actually works okay and works fluently. Is that right? But the future for that in terms of voice interaction or second guessing or thinking ahead is really quite exciting.
That is correct, and I think we should even think one step ahead where we're actually not even interacting with the EMR. Maybe a headset like this where you're saying 10 o'clock propofol, 10:35 rocuronium, where it's actually documenting by itself. So use what the technology is there to make our lives much more easier and focus on the patient. Documentation should be a byproduct of clinical care.
Oh, yeah. That is a great way to think of that. Yes. Absolutely. So, we've all talked about the burden kind of charting and all of these things and how we might adopt this. Physician burnout and provider burnout is a huge, huge issue. Barring that we can get everybody on board, how do you think this is going to really help us reduce... we're live and we're in the middle of an exhibit hall, so we're always going to have announcements. Time out. Are they telling us, I think, the grand opening ceremony is coming up soon?
Oh.
Yeah, we'll have to do coffee and something hopefully fun. Manny, how do you think this, technology is really going to help us in the OR every day and help us when we go home to not have to worry about what we're doing?
So we are lucky or unlucky, but living through the once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. Mm-hmm. And that has actually created an acute shortage of workforce, not on all specialties, at every level. So, and on top of it, the concept of, it's a good thing, I guess, it's a work-life balance. So the combination of shortage of workforce along with the work-life balance approach since the pandemic has created acute shortage in this space. And now that we have this locums as almost like a reality of life in anesthesia, the last thing you want these locums to come in is worry about documentation, learning a new system. And the two parts of where we are always stressed out in anesthesia, besides clinical care, is I need to catch up with charting, I need to finish my charting. If you take away certain aspects of this, it actually makes a burnout. There's many, many factors for burnout, obviously. This is not just the only one, but it actually helps. One of these factors will definitely help.
And that's been a big transition in my recently finished career. The stressor used to be the patient's condition. Difficult airway, difficult access, difficult lines, complex pathology. It's now kind of switched to, can I get this anesthetic machine to work?
Yes. And
how do I prescribe something? And how do I find the results? Which is a very interesting transition. It's kind of like the stress levels have shifted. Guy, if that's like that in your world.
Yeah, look, I think back to when we adopted anesthesia electronic record early on, and I sort of drove that in because I could see the merits and change. There was huge pushback.
Yeah.
And then after a while, one day it broke down and all hell broke loose because no one could now do without it. So they had to learn that, in fact, this becomes indispensable and an enormous aid to them. But it was sort of an experience that they had to find their way there. And now, if it goes down, there's no one's happy. So, the proof of the pudding's in the eating, and people can learn to use it and see the benefits, and they're outstanding. And clearly, as you say, as that evolves and we become perhaps less afraid of AI, it's only going to help us more.
That's correct. It's an extension of our toolbox, knowledge toolbox. It's not a replacement. It's only here to augment us.
Because there was historically some degree of resistance to standardization. We've sort of accepted it most other places. You rent a car around the world now and the bits are usually in the same place and the things work the same way, because otherwise it's very, very dangerous. Whereas we seem to somehow the world we worked in has resisted some of that standardization. Is that changing?
So standardization, as the guy said, it's hard to change the work habits they use. If you look at the adoption of electronic medical records, for example, people try to replicate their traditional workflows into an electronic way of doing things. That's not true digitization. And that's the resistance to standardization. But as you see more and more, the newer generation coming in, and more you adapt the electronic medical records, standardization is slowly creeping in. That actually helps in a lot of ways, driving protocols, both pre-op protocols, intra-op protocols, and post-op protocols, and creating some standard of care for a given pathology.
And is decision support increasingly accepted?
So got to be careful how we phrase that one.
It's true. That's a very, very important point.
It's a CDS, clinical decision support, is also seen as a mini threat, in terms of replacement. But the right phraseology would be clinical decision aid, even though it's support. It's doing the same thing.
So is the threat that the thing might make me better? Is that what?
The threat is the thing might replace me, but that's not true.
No, never. But it would be nice to have things that come back to you that alert you of what's, what you have, your patient risk. Here he is again. There he goes.
Shows it's real.
That is. We are in live in
radio.
Live TV, live radio. Yeah.
But then, is it about presenting us with options? I mean, we're still in the decision point. We're still the decision makers here. But in terms of decision support, or the word we're going to use, is it putting in front of us important information that helps us filter out the background, consolidate the information, curate the information, and put it in front of us so we, at the end of the day, are better placed? Is that how it is?
That is correct. So if you look at how anesthesia is compared to flying, and anesthesiologists as pilots, there's so much technology, so much noise around. You need to filter down, so give choices. So the pilot, in this case the anesthesiologist and the clinician, can actually make the right choices, safer choices.
Yeah.
So I think clinical decision support and clinical decision aid would definitely give those options to the anesthesiologist, which is not widely used at this time. But I see that as the next step.
And automation, because we've allowed some degree of automation, semi-closed loops or closed loops. Many of us have had low-flow anesthesia enabled by the anesthetic machine for a long time. Some people were quite stressed by it to begin with and thought it was going to take our job away, and now it happens smoothly in the background, and we say, great.
That's correct. And this automation has to be tagged into the electronic medical record in terms of data flowing. And who would have thought about 10 years ago with desflurane has the impact that it does, right? Or nitrous oxide.
Yeah.
So if you look at, we're constantly evolving, both in technology. The goal is to adapt to it, and we have global impact on global weather right now with the medical gases. So all of this will play a role. Yeah.
Manny, we're coming to the end here and wrapping up. One of the main questions that I have is, I think you said it. I mean, AI, the conversation is just so rapidly evolving just within the last year. Technology, everything in our space, we feel is starting to really go quickly. Where do you see this type of AIMS and AI, really integrating into the anesthesia world over the next couple of years?
So the first step is
term?
digitization. We are there already. The second step is slowly adapting into the AI. While we ourselves in our specialty are constantly evolving, we have new monitors, therapeutic monitors, constant, and new therapeutics that are being engaged. And if you look at the surgical side of robotics being engaged, so all of these have to be integrated at some point. And digitization is a basic step, and adapting one by one of these technologies and incorporating into the AIMS would be the next step.
Yeah, fantastic. I always love having a conversation with you and hearing what's at the forefront in this space, because it is very, very exciting. So hopefully we can talk to you next year and hear more about where we are a year later. And good luck to you with everything.
Maybe it'll be AI enabled.
We'll figure out a way to build that in. So thank you so much for taking the time out of what I know is a very busy schedule here at ASA. We really appreciate it so much. So thanks again, Manny.
Thank you all for having me.
And thank you so much for listening to Top Med Talk. You can find us at topmedtalk.com. We're going to be streaming over the next several days. Check us out there. The schedule is a little loose, so just stick with us. We'll be there. You can also find us on social media, Twitter, X, LinkedIn, Facebook. We are there. Thanks again for listening, guys. Cheers.
Take care.
Well, hello and welcome back to Top Med Talk here at Anesthesiology 2023, the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists. I'm Desiree Chappell, your host today, but I'm joined by my co-host, this very prestigious panel sitting here next to me, Monty Mythen, Guy Ledbrook, and Mike Grocott. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me so much. Monty, this is 5 years ago this weekend that we were here in San Francisco for really one of our first big shows that we did, wasn't it?
Well, we've been to the ASA before, but it was our first show where we had our own dedicated space and a stage and a place to have great conversations in and from.
Yes.
And we moved on from that, partnered with the American Society of Anesthesiology and other great organizations to have our own space and our own audience, and such a pleasure.
It really is a pleasure. We've had so much fun.
I'm having a little bit of a sad day.
You are having a sad day, Monty. I was just going to say, we always have so much fun here at the ASA Anesthesiology meeting. This year, we have some big announcements on Top Med Talk. First of all, our website just got updated, so that's a big that's a big one. So when you go to topmedtalk.com, it'll kind of look similar, but hopefully the functionality will be a whole lot better and a lot more interactive for you. You can always search all of our podcasts on there. So, of course, I have to give a plug for that. But, Monty, you have some big news, and I think we've teased this a little bit out throughout the summer.
Well,
but
I think it's down there to remind folks, I started Top Med Talk with colleagues, and it wasn't long after that you, Desiree, joined me. So I was the founding editor-in-chief. And the reason we used that language is we wanted to keep the way that we manage content in Top Med Talk the same way as we manage it within peer-reviewed journals. So we should be able and allowed to talk about anything, but it's not commercial, it's not promotional, with the exception of the fact if we occasionally say we're now having a product-specific discussion. Otherwise, the rules with regards to how we interpret evidence and we exchange ideas should be the same as we've experienced in being editors in peer-reviewed journals. So we use that language. I was the founding editor-in-chief. You joined me as the co-editor-in-chief. But as of August the 1st this year, I was very proud to, having retired from my clinical position back in London, but stayed as an emeritus professor at UCL, to become a senior vice president with Edwards Life Sciences. Now that's complicated because they're one of our founding sponsors. They give unrestricted grants to Top Med Talk since the very beginning, along with other industry sponsors, but they were our founding sponsor. And I think the general principle, which is very sound, is if you're going to work for somebody who makes wonderful equipment for use in the clinical space, you can't be an editor-in-chief because you have conflicts of interests that are now much harder to manage. So I submitted my resignation. It was accepted more quickly than I'd anticipated. I've never seen something snatched out of my hand so quickly. So Desiree, sad moment for me, but I'm delighted to be in my new position.
It is, and you're not going anywhere. You're still gonna be with us.
We have industry partners working with us in Top Med Talk. The majority of our sponsorship that allows it to be free open access medical education are our wonderful sponsors.
Yes, for
which
sure.
We'll come back to in a second. But for now, at least, I'm sad that I stepped down as I took up my new position as the co-editor-in-chief, which means you've probably found a new co-editor-in-chief.
We have found a new editor-in-chief. It was something we had to look far and wide for. No, we did not.
After an extensive executive search.
Global executive search.
Guy, if you sit there much longer, you'll be on the editorial board.
I was just going to say, Guy, hold on. So it wasn't a difficult decision, I don't think, for any of us. But my new co-editor-in-chief is the wonderful Mike Grocott.
Oh, honoured.
Congratulations,
I suspect I'm keeping a seat warm. Not that I'm expecting you to leave Edwards anytime soon, but I suspect that I'm keeping a seat warm on anything else.
Come on.
So my Oscar acceptance speech now?
Yes, please, Mike.
All
It's all yours.
No, I'm really honoured and delighted. I've loved being part of Top Med Talk over the last few years, and I hope I do justice to the role.
Oh, you absolutely will. And we have loved working together and collaborating. You sometimes from afar, you've done a lot of work at meetings that you've gone to across the world that we may not have been able to go to. So and done fabulous work there. And I think that this is just a natural progression for us at Top Med Talk. So I think it's going to be fun.
It's also the moment we should offer a bit of a thank you to.
Oh, do we have to say
to our founding editor-in-chief?
Thank you
for an amazing conception.
I've retired from lots of things in the last year and I haven't had a single gold watch from anyone.
We haven't got a gold watch.
Okay.
No.
I mean, I went away for... We
We're
had
not
a...
profit, Monty. Come on.
I didn't mean I'd get one from Top Mitchell, but there's been nothing. I think did I get a bunch of flowers from someone? I can't remember. Anyway.
It was 2013.
Those flowers are yours.
You set this up originally? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah.
When
how
we
did it
went,
go?
we went away to Everest. Because
Yeah,
I came back
it's-
from somewhere and you'd suddenly created this podcast.
Well, there was an EdPom meeting, an ASA meeting in Washington,
Yes.
D.C.,
Right.
and I couldn't go, and therefore this had been, but we've been talking a long time about doing more carbon-friendly conferencing and the fact that we had great conversations within groups of hundreds or up to thousands of people, but there are millions of people out there, so how do we make sure that all of those great conversations got out there? So because I couldn't go to the meeting, I thought, I know what I'll do, I'll just do this podcast thing. So we arranged to send a group over, and you were at the other end of it. You're at the Washington D.C. end of it, and that was our first podcast. They're still there up online.
Yeah. Yeah. you
Clinky
can check it
clinky
out.
music at the beginning of it, a little bit of crackling in the background. That's good.
It's great.
Yeah, it was like from a garage kind of feel, but it was good. We've evolved a lot over the years.
And we should read it. The stats are amazing.
Yes. So Monty, we just hit.
Well, we've gone well over 2 million
we're over
downloads
now.
now. We
Yeah.
originally thought we might get to 10,000 because most podcasts for the amateur enthusiasts fall over fairly quickly. You get 10 or 15 episodes, but we're more than 2,000 episodes now.
Yeah.
More than 2 million downloads. We're listened to in over 100 countries. Now, some of those countries, there appears to be one person. I don't think it's
But
a
whoever
relative.
you are, wherever
We're
you are in the
grateful.
world, we are so grateful for you for listening.
And we did have both because we had every state in the USA. It was a boring reference at one stage, and we were missing South Dakota at one stage.
I think so. I think we got it. We picked it
No,
up.
I think we lost it again. So whoever it was in South Dakota, whatever we did to, maybe they moved states.
Maybe they moved. Maybe they moved. Yes.
And look, can I add, as a consumer and a guest here today, what you've done is very different and has enormous impact because, and we've kind of seen that with peer-reviewed journals. They've had to morph as well. I mean, a very static kind of written text doesn't necessarily have the same traction that it once did, and we've seen the evolution of how they actually reach out as well. But you've sort of been ahead of that game in terms of language that is entertaining as well as informative, which is essential, a medium that allows us to do it as part of our daily lives, so my daily commute, and those are incredibly important because you can't inform unless you can actually get participation and high compliance to reach back to one of my sort of bugbears. So you've actually achieved that in an extraordinary way and engaged, in my view, with industry in a very positive way because sometimes we don't understand how that can interact to everyone's benefit. Yeah. And I think you've achieved that incredibly well.
Oh, thank you, Guy. That's well said. I think that's, Monty, something that's always been driving us to make sure that we do that because there's a lot of information that can be consumed out there. And when we started, we weren't for sure, or when I joined, not for sure if anybody would actually listen. But I think we've, it's been fun, and we try and keep it fun.
Slap ourselves on the back too much.
Oh, I'm just saying,
people
it's
are
been
still
fun.
listening, and we're still here.
Yes.
So there we go.
Yeah.
It was all right when I left.
No pressure there. No pressure.
So, Mike, lot to live up to. But honestly, we do this for you guys and all of our listeners out there, wherever you are in the world and wherever you may be, and the fact that you've shared this with your colleagues, your friends, family sometimes, for some of the patient-facing stuff that we've done, residents, students, that means a lot to us, and we're very appreciative of that. So thank you very much. Mike, I look forward to the upcoming year and all the wonderful meetings that I know we're going to be going to over the
Really
next
looking forward to
year or
working
two.
with you. And I think we should close with our strapline that we have behind us on the...
Well, and I was.
banner here.
We were, and let me tell you, I was remembering. I had a flashback from San Francisco 5 years ago when when you came up to the podium or to our stage, and you, in this very deep voice, said,
Making the world healthier through the power of conversation.
"Top Med Talk."
So one of our little secrets from one of the early...
No, do I not know this?
Yeah. So we got we had this wonderful artwork done, which is very, very wonderful artwork done, which was still with us. It's a very beautiful piece of artwork we often have as a backdrop. And Desiree commissioned and had printed up this.
Okay, let me tell you. This is my job. I am a CRNA. I'm a nurse anesthetist.
So,
I do work in the OR.
So
I'm not
we're
a
there ready to go
marketer.
live in one of our shows. And at that stage, we were friends and family. We're carrying it all round together, and we're putting all the poles together, and we're putting it up. And it comes up and it says, "Making the world healthier. Though the power of God." So there was an R missing. I couldn't find it last time. That's still somewhere in the archives.
I think it's in my basement somewhere because I just couldn't throw it away.
We need to stop now.
we started somewhere. Again, guys, this is what it's all about, having a good time. Guys, again, thank you so much. Looking forward. Monty, thank you for
been
everything.
fun.
I don't want to
Thank you,
start
Monty.
tearing up. That's
I'm
all.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah,
So.
I know. And Guy, thank you for stepping in and being an extra voice and the words of encouragement too. So that's,
Thank you. It's great fun.
yeah, that's super awesome. All right. We have a big weekend ahead of us. We still probably have another 15 or so conversations. So get ready. It's on. And again, you can find the schedule up at topmedtalk.com. It may vary a little bit. You can already tell our timings have been a little bit off, but that's okay. We're here. We're going to make sure to broadcast all of our good content. And if you miss something, no big deal. You can find it at YouTube. We'll be posting all of these videos up. And of course, true to what Top Med Talk is, our podcast will be up following this. So thanks so much, everyone. We'll see you later. Cheers.
peer-reviewed journals, they've had to morph as well. I mean, a very static kind of written text doesn't necessarily have the same traction that it once did, and we've seen the evolution of how they actually reach out as well. But you've sort of been ahead of that game in terms of language that is entertaining as well as informative, which is essential, a medium that allows us to do it as part of our daily lives, so my daily commute, and those are incredibly important because you can't inform unless you can actually get participation and high compliance to reach back to one of my sort of bugbears. So you've actually achieved that in an extraordinary way, and engaged, in my view, with industry in a very positive way, because sometimes we don't understand how that can interact to everyone's benefit. Yeah. And I think you've achieved that incredibly well.
Oh, thank you, Guy. That's well said. I think that's, Monty, something that's always been driving us to make sure that we do that, because there's a lot of information that can be consumed out there. And when we started, we weren't for sure, or when I joined, not for sure if anybody would actually listen. But I think we've, it's been fun, and we try and keep it fun.
Slap ourselves on the back too much.
Oh, I'm just saying,
people
it's been
are still
fun.
listening, and we're still here.
Yes.
So there we go.
Yeah.
It was all right when I left.
No pressure there. No pressure.
So, Mike, a lot to live up to. But honestly, we do this for you guys and all of our listeners out there, wherever you are in the world and wherever you may be, and the fact that you've shared this with your colleagues, your friends, family sometimes, for some of the patient-facing stuff that we've done, residents, students, that means a lot to us, and we're very appreciative of that. So thank you very much. Mike, I look forward to the upcoming year and all the wonderful meetings that I know we're going to be going to over the
really
next
looking forward to
year
working
or two.
with you. And I think we should close with our strapline that we have behind us on the
well, and I was
banner here.
We were, and let me tell you, I was remembering. I had a flashback from San Francisco 5 years ago when when you came up to the podium or to our stage, and you, in this very deep voice, said,
"Making the world healthier through the power of conversation."
Top Med Talk.
So, one of our little secrets from one of the early...
No, do I not know this?
Yeah. So we had this wonderful artwork done, which is very, very wonderful artwork done, which was still with us. It's a very beautiful piece of artwork we often have as a backdrop. And Desiree commissioned and had printed up this.
Okay, let me tell you. This is my job. I am a CRNA. I'm a nurse anesthetist.
So,
I do work in the OR.
So we're there ready to go live in one of our shows. And at that stage, we were... friends and family, we're carrying it all round together, and we're putting all the polls together, and we're putting it up, and it comes up and it says, "Making the world healthier, though the power of conversation." So there was an R missing. I couldn't find it last time. That's still somewhere in the archives.
I think it's in my basement somewhere because I just couldn't throw it away.
We need to stop now.
we started somewhere. Again, guys, this is what it's all about, having a good time. Guys, again, thank you so much. Looking forward. Monty, thank you for everything.
Fun.
I don't want to start tearing up. I'm
not going anywhere.
Yeah,
so.
I know. And Guy, thank you for stepping in and being an extra voice and the words of encouragement too. So
thank you. It's great fun.
Yeah, that's super awesome. All right. We have a big weekend ahead of us. We still probably have another 15 or so conversations. So get ready. It's on. And again, you can find the schedule up at topmedtalk.com. It may vary a little bit. You can already tell our timings have been a little bit off, but that's okay. We're here. We're going to make sure to broadcast all of our good content. And if you miss something, no big deal. You can find it at YouTube. We'll be posting all of these videos up. And of course, true to what Top Med Talk is, our podcast will be up following this. So thanks so much, everyone. We'll see you later. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Well, hello and welcome back to Top Med Talk here at Anesthesiology 2023, the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists. I'm Desiree Chappell, your host today, but I'm joined by my co-host, this very prestigious panel sitting here next to me, Monty Mything, Guy Ledbrook, and Mike Grocott. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me so much. Monty, this is 5 years ago this weekend that we were here in San Francisco for really one of our first big shows that we did, wasn't it?
Well, we've been to the ASA before, but it was our first show where we had our own dedicated space and a stage and a place to to have great conversations
Yes.
in and from.
Yes.
And we've moved on from that, partnered with the American Society of Anesthesiology and other great organizations to have our own space and our own audience. And
Yeah.
it's such a pleasure.
It really is a pleasure. We've had
And I'm
so
having
much
a little
fun.
bit of a sad day.
You are having a sad day, Monty. I was just going to say we Well, hello and welcome back to Top Med Talk. We are here in San Francisco for the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists, Anesthesiology 2023. It's been a fantastic start of the day. We're first day one. I'm Desiree Chappell. I'm your host, and I'm joined by my co-hosts, Mike Grocott and Guy Ledbrook. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me.
Great to be here.
Yes.
Indeed.
So in the co-host seat, Guy, we have talked with you a little bit today, but for those who are listening today, can you tell us a little bit more about your background?
Sure. I'm an anesthesiologist from Adelaide in South Australia, and I work in a number of fields, increasingly post-operative care, health economics, and drug and product development.
Yeah, they're clapping for you over there. So we're live.
very famous.
It is very, very famous. Thank you, Guy. We're live here in the exhibit hall. So anytime it's live, you never know what's gonna happen. So great meeting so far. Lots of great sessions. We've had 3 or 4 conversations already here on Top Med Talk. There is a buzz here in the exhibit hall, I feel like, this weekend. So very exciting. Now, here on Top Med Talk, we have conversations with people around the world, key opinion leaders, and this conversation is no different. So we have a friend of Top Med Talk, someone who's joined us before last year, Anesthesiology 2022, J.W. Beard. J.W., thank you so much for coming back.
Desiree, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Mike and Guy, thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, we've always had really great conversations. I love talking to you and learning from you. So, JW, for those who may not know you, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Yeah. So I'm an anesthesiologist. I'm the Chief Medical Officer of GE Healthcare Patient Care Solutions, which is our business segment, which is focused on kind of acute care hospital technologies.
Yeah.
That includes anesthesia delivery, patient monitoring, diagnostic cardiology, digital, and maternal infant care. And so here in ASA 2023, we're focused primarily on anesthesia delivery and patient monitoring and those integrated solutions in the care of patients and the support of our clinical community.
Yeah, fantastic. I know last year whenever we were here, similar focus, but you had just been working with the APSF, correct? The Anesthesia Patient Safety Foundation?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was, I guess, both years we had.
Yeah.
Yeah, so last year we were focused on non-operating room anesthesia and APSF, and then this year we just finished up a conference on advanced technologies in healthcare, which included wireless wearable technologies for continuous monitoring in ambulatory patients, like the ward environment, and then the collection of that data, its integration with other sources of data, and how that can be utilized to support clinical decision making and precise precision patient care.
Yeah. So there's a paper that had come out about NORA that's just been published in ANA, and then some of the output from the AI discussion and technology should be coming out hopefully sometime over the next year. Correct?
Yeah. Committee on Technology, the APSF Committee on Technology is meeting tomorrow to decide what the next steps are in that, with wrapping up that conference and the outputs there.
Yeah.
So hope to have news there soon too.
Good. Well, in those 2 conferences and what we've talked about over the last couple years, it's been a focus on patient safety and some of the technological advancements and technology that's available to help with that. I think one of the questions that I still want to kind of dig into is what is the real problem that we're dealing with when it comes to specifically in this space, post-operative care, ward care. We've had all types of discussions about different types of wearables and solutions, but I kind of want to dig into the problem again.
Yeah, so I think traditionally there has been a focus on post-operative deterioration related to opioids. And I think rightfully so that opioids are a major contributor to adverse outcomes in the post-operative environment, but they are part of the picture for sure. And there's additional causes of deterioration, and it's not just limited to post-operative patients. It includes patients who are admitted with medical diagnoses as well. Yeah. Some of the most important underlying etiologies for deterioration would include opioids, of course, but then may include sepsis as well. And while opioids would be primarily a diagnosis, which would be made through abnormalities in the respiratory system, sepsis is something that really requires a kind of a more integrated multi-parameter approach, because it's going to show up probably initially as maybe tachypnea and tachycardia, and that will eventually become hypotension and then worsening deterioration from there. So it's I think recognition that the broader hospital, the hospital patient population is at risk for deterioration, and unfortunately that is a problem that that's experienced by many patients in the United States and other health systems globally.
Yeah, and it's a major problem. Now, Guy, you've done some work in this space for looking at specifically post-operatively, not necessarily just medical patients. Is this something that is familiar to you?
Sure. I mean, it was 20 years ago, I think, we started worrying about this, our patients post-op, especially overnight. And we had this sort of a belief that we had things like medical emergency response teams that would kind of hoover up the problems. It wasn't enough, and there was a lot of stuff unidentified out there, and we've seen quite a lot of literature in that space. So we've worked on using very staff-intensive approaches to deal with that, which have lots of people alongside beds to kind of sort the problem, which has proven very beneficial. But considering the access to staff these days and the cost of staff, it's a challenging paradigm going forward. So the opportunity to have things other than staff that will help us as precisely as possible as an early warning system is a great opportunity, I think.
Agreed. Yeah. And I do believe the literature is pretty clear that when patients deteriorate, it's preceded by hours, sometimes days of changes in vital signs, the patterns, the trends. And I think all the staffing solutions that we can imagine aren't going to get to a one-on-one or a two-on-one environment the ward environment. And there's still, as a result, there's going to be, with intermittent monitoring, there will be these gaps. And they tend to be multi-hour gaps between vital sign checks, mental status checks, et cetera. And it's that gap where these kind of more dangerous changes can take place and patients can be harmed.
Yeah, and I'm a nurse by training, and I remember the days of the ward, and even in critical care where, you're changing over shift changes, information may get lost. And, you do pick up on those little nuances that you otherwise, if you're not doing monitoring, even if you're doing vital signs, like me as a provider should be picking up on those, and we're just not. We don't have the information that we need. Mike, are you going to
we've talked in the past about the feeling that sometimes you might be safer at home because you've got one-to-one caring. And actually, if something goes wrong, you come back through the emergency department and you get all the bits and pieces straight away. Whereas if you're in the hospital, you might not see anybody for a little while. The measurements, as you comment, are intermittent, and then it's a challenge to actually access some of the facilities sometimes.
Yeah. So it's a real burden for patients and patient safety. There's also a cost burden to this as well, which sometimes we as providers and clinicians don't always really want to talk about that, but it is a legitimate issue, correct?
It absolutely is, and when a patient is admitted to have a course of care to correct their underlying issue, whether it be surgical or medical, and they pass through the system as efficiently and safely and effectively as possible, that's what we're going for. But when patients suffer complications, have adverse events in the hospital, extends that stay. And there's a tremendous amount of stress on health system finance today. And any extension of those lengths of stay significantly impacts those hospitals and their associated economics. And extending the floor stay is one thing, because it does potentially, it has this ripple effect. If the floor is full, then the ICU is full, and then the OR can't go. It just backs up, and then maybe even backs up all the way to the ED. But it's when those patients who are moving from the floor to the ICU, I think that's where the real cost acceleration happens, because the ICU is such a cost-intensive environment. It really has an adverse economic effect.
Yeah, absolutely. And Guy, again, this is right up your alley.
Yeah, and it's interesting that I kind of used to think this was ICU. This is someone that goes pear-shaped on the ward, escalates to ICU with all the implications of that in terms of need and cost. And I guess increasingly we're recognised sitting behind that is this sort of grumbling problem of people that getting into problems that may not quite get up to that sort of super intensive kind of level, but they're nevertheless impactful on outcome and cost and recovery. So the ability to get in earlier, as you say, with trends that are not ideal or recognised, or patterns that we know herald trouble, and cut those off early, we get the sense that will have a substantial impact as well. So
yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I mean, it is a real burden. And Mike, you're critical care anesthetist, and I'm sure have seen these patients coming through where, you probably could have avoided something beforehand, and now we're dealing with something that escalates care and costs, correct?
It's a really common story with a patient that's progressively deteriorated with or without some observations on the ward. The approach is really appealing. I'm interested in how, like in all these interactions, the interaction between the devices, the kit, and the people is really key. Like, do you get a false positive? Do you get too much warning? People struggling with that? How does it work with your system?
No, that's the balance. In the ideal world, the patients are having continuous monitoring done. They don't realize it, and they're just going about their recovery. But the reality is the devices are going to be worn by those patients, and those patients are going to be in some sort of regimen where they're going to be out of bed, there's going to be physical therapy, activity, etc. So it needs to be wireless, wearable, and comfortable.
Yes.
And so that's a huge undertaking with a wearable technology.
Yeah.
It also has to not only does it have to be comfortable, it has to stay on the body. If it's perspiration, just the expected changes to that patient's condition over that hospitalization. If the adhesive is falling off, if it's requiring readjustment, those are all major issues. And the technology that GE Healthcare has recently had cleared for the United States, it was CE marked last year, is a wireless wearable technology called Portrait Mobile. And that technology and the experience thus far has been very well tolerated by patients. And that's, as an anesthesiologist, that's one of my first questions, is how do the patients feel when they're wearing it? Can they sleep with it? Can they do their physical therapy with it? And how does that feel to them over a couple days? Is it remaining in place? Is it remaining comfortable? And the observations there have been very, very favorable.
Yeah, I know. I actually tried on the device whenever we were earlier in the year at the ASA, and I was like, wow, you don't even realize it. It's very non-invasive.
And that is actually anecdotally, that's the exchange I've had with patients too. Yeah. Is like, how does it feel? And she's like, I don't even know that I'm wearing it. Yeah.
The other important aspect that I think when we talk about that, and we have talked about Portrait Mobile on Top Med Talk quite a bit. We were there at the launch last year at ASA, which was quite exciting, is the warning systems. Because what Mike said and what we're ultimately getting to is what kind of warning systems do we have earlier on, and the fidelity of that information and the alarms and things like that. And one thing I found very interesting about this particular solution is how good it filters out the information, bad information, and gives you good information.
Yeah, and there's been a ton of engineering work, I think, to get the technology to where it is today.
Yeah.
So to me, it starts with the patient comfort. Are they going to wear it? And then second, how robust is the technology itself?
Yeah.
Because a continuous monitoring technology is only continuous as long as it's connected to the network.
Yeah.
And so what Portrait Mobile has is a wireless communication protocol over, and it's called the Medical Body Area Network. And the proprietary name is called Binder. And it's this communication protocol that leads to a level of connectivity with kind of the monitor base station that is approaching, or if not practically equivalent to, a wired connection. So incredibly robust connectivity. And prior to ASA, actually, there was a poster we presented at the IEEE Body Sensor Network Conference. There's a very specialized conference.
Never heard of that one before, but that's very interesting.
Yeah, that described the performance of the Binder communication protocol.
Oh, great.
In our testing environment, just to demonstrate that the probability of the loss of data is exceedingly small. So we expect it to remain connected to the network.
But how do you manage, lots of data coming from lots of patients on the end of wireless communication, which can feed in at a ward level or a hospital level, or how do you manage the processing and observation and reaction to that data?
And I think that's a great point. Is, so if it's connected, and then I think maybe the next step when I think about it is, how well is it actually measuring what it says it's going to measure? So Portrait Mobile does respiratory rate, pulse rate, and oxygen saturation today. In all those parameters we've also published on. The respiratory rate parameter is very, very accurate. In the awake breathing patient who's being monitored with a reference of capnography, the correlation is very, very high. Pulse oximeter also has very solid performance, and we've also published last year its performance in motion and low perfusion conditions. So
good.
Very, very high performance level, and that was benchmarked against additional technologies on the market. And then here at ASA, we just presented a poster today on its performance in patients with varying levels of skin pigmentation.
Oh, good.
And identifying that the technology performs well in that simulated testing environment used for regulatory submissions on those with darker pigmentation. So then the question is, what are you going to do with it? Today it's going to be monitored. It could be at the individual bed level if the clinician's there. If not, it goes to a central monitoring station, similar to just a station that would exist on a nurse's unit, like telemetry, like another monitor where there may be data from the rooms coming in. So that's one opportunity. Eventually it could be something much broader. There could be a location where large groups of patients are surveilled at the same time, multiple units simultaneously. It could be in one hospital that multiple units are being monitored, or it could be a unit where there's multiple hospitals being monitored by dedicated teams, and there's certainly advantages to that as well. Just the redundancy in the personnel and the expertise they develop over time.
Yeah, and we've heard examples from this. I think Mike Scott's doing this with tele-ICU.
Yep.
And so, I mean, there's now, precedent.
Several models to consider in the future,
Yeah, so that's really interesting. So I kind of wanted to wrap up our conversation and talk a little bit about the paper that you published earlier in the year entitled, I have it pulled up right here, Cost Savings Through Continuous Vital Sign Monitoring in the Medical Surgical Unit. Yep. And I think this is getting to the point of like, okay, we've talked about the why. Why do we need this? And the cost, patient and cost burden, the burden of this. So can you walk us through a little bit about what you found? Because you were first author on this, and I found it really interesting whenever you start looking at the numbers. I mean,
so
the burden of these complications and all the issues it's real.
yeah, it's significant. So this is a paper that we published earlier this year in the Journal of Medical Economics, and it was really developing a model of the expected changes in patient outcome associated with continuous monitoring in the ward environment with Portrait Mobile at the average U.S. hospital with the average number of discharges per year.
Which I love that. Not to interrupt you, but I loved that it was in an average place. It wasn't in a huge academic facility or anything like that. It's what most of us are practicing in every day. Yeah.
And so we built the model based on previously published data from those sources that we felt were the best conducted studies that involved similar monitored parameters as Portrait Mobile. We brought it current with today's dollar amounts from what had been published in the past, and looked for opportunities and savings from length of stay on the wards, length of stay in the ICU, rapid response, in-hospital cardiac arrest, and looked at the modeled impact of all of those outpoints associated with continuous vital sign monitoring with Portrait, and created two different implementations. One would be 50% of patients, another would be 100% of beds monitored, and determined that the cost savings would be substantial. In the millions of dollars of cost avoidance, primarily through length of stay reduction. Even those who would be monitored with Portrait but still require that ICU stay because they deteriorated, but it was identified earlier, they ended up with a shorter length of stay, both in the ward and the unit, than in someone who got transferred to the unit without the continuous monitoring. So it suggests that those patients are arriving to the ICU in a more morbid condition, requiring additional therapy and intervention over time.
Notion of reducing failure to rescue. It's sort of double negative, but
that's exactly right. That's exactly right. And I think that this study also talks about the reduction of in-hospital cardiac arrest. There's others that address that same issue. There's going to still be rapid responses with continuous monitoring. There's still going to be some rapid responses because patients are going to need to be transferred. There's going to be patients who still deteriorate. But these technologies really have a chance of reducing the in-hospital cardiac arrest, those code blues that are getting called during shift change, or like the first time someone comes in and checks on them per routine.
Yeah.
These technologies can really make a difference there.
Yeah. Guy, does this speak to you?
Very much so. One of the areas we kind of see often in drug development, which is kind of all my space, is when we finally put the rubber on the road and we've got the product and it has to intersect with the health system in which to be put, and then the money comes in.
Yep.
Do you see how that, or sense how that might play out at the end of the day?
It's complicated because, and this is not, we're talking about Portrait Mobile now, but we talked about we talked about quantitative neuromuscular blockade monitoring earlier in the day.
Yep.
We know Portrait's an example, quantitative monitoring is an example. We know there's a better way to care for patients. But there's a large percentage of hospitals, this is the United States, not sure Australia and other countries, but there's a lot of financial pressure. And there's hospitals that are losing money year over year. And if we're not able to have the technology independently reimbursed, then it really does come down to a really thorough cost analysis.
Yeah.
And you need internal champions. You need the cost analysis. We need those who are going to align around providing the best care for patients.
Yeah.
Thinking about, I had a lunchtime symposium, and one of our speakers said, he's like, I am not afraid to bring out if this was your mother, what would you want? So if this was your family member, you or your friend admitted to the ward, what would you want? Well, I'd want to leave the OR with quantitative neuromuscular monitoring.
Absolutely.
And then I'd want continuous monitoring once I got to the ward.
Of course, yeah.
But as you say, the kind of spend to save paradigm, it can be very difficult for executives under cost pressure. The appetite for risk is often very low there. So do you see that's going to be an obstacle, or you think that the data coming out and the good economic arguments are likely to overcome that?
The economic arguments are going to help significantly, but it will continually be an obstacle, in my opinion, because it's not like there's X dollars waiting to be spent on continuous monitoring. It's X dollars, and it's either going to continuous monitoring or it's going to something else. Yeah. And it is in different facilities are going to have different priorities over time. And so I think every time a continuous monitoring solution is going in, it's going to be competing against something. And I don't see this cost pressure.
So team anesthesiology has introduced safety changes over the years, and I'm thinking in particular of capnography. Yep. And the evidence was slim. There was no randomized controlled trials, but we accepted that it was clearly a good thing. We introduced capnography, and that's probably been hugely beneficial. Do you think this is going to head down that? This will be something that will be of course, it's a standard of care, or will we not get there?
I think we'll get there. Whether or not it becomes part of standards, I think that's a kind of a much more complicated discussion, but I think we'll get there. Part of the reason is because I think of patient expectations. Yeah. So you think about you think about a patient who's maybe more or less continuously monitoring their physiologic data at home.
Right.
And then they come to the hospital and take off your watch.
Exactly.
We're going to check you every 6 hours. Yeah. And so there's going to be, patients are going to increasingly see this as just kind of an untenable situation. They know these miniaturization of technologies and wireless communication exist. Yeah. And they have also heard in the news and heard various accounts of adverse events that could have been prevented. Yeah. So there's going to be some patient pressure that I think that will eventually, certainly the manufacturers increasingly recognize this and are trying to meet this need. Yeah. The patient pressure I think is going to be experienced at the hospital level. At some point it's going to be at the payer level if it's not there already. And overall it's going to end up, I think, impacting the entire health system.
Absolutely. It's so important too for patients to be informed consumers, and I think we are definitely moving in that direction. I still just don't think that they understand what happens when I go in the hospital. Everything I should be well watched over, but don't understand, how some of it works. So I think this is a great solution. JW, thank you so much for joining us today and talking, about Portrait Mobile, but just about patient safety and how we could potentially do it better. That is something that, is important to our specialty, and we've always been at the forefront. So hopefully we can continue to push that. So.
Desiree, thanks for having me again. And Guy and Mike, thank you as well. I'll look
Yeah.
forward to hopefully getting another invite in the future.
Absolutely. Well, if you want to find out more, we're going to put the paper in the show notes so they can take a look
Perfect,
at
thank you.
that. A link to Portrait Mobile. Again, we've done various podcasts about this over the last couple of years, so do check that out. You can find us at topmidtalk.com and all of our content there. We're on social, X as it is now known, LinkedIn, Facebook. We are there broadcasting throughout the rest of the weekend, so check us out. Thanks so much, you guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Well, hello and welcome back. We're here at Anesthesiology 2023, the annual meeting for the American Society of Anesthesiologists. I'm Desiree Chappell, host of Top Med Talk, and I'm joined by my co-hosts, Mike Grocott and Guy Ledbrook. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming back and sitting down with us.
Always a pleasure.
So Mike Grocott, co-editor-in-chief of Top Med Talk with me now.
As of this morning.
As of this morning. Mike, how are things been going at the meeting this
Great.
weekend
We've
so
had
far?
some really fascinating conversations today. Really looking forward to the conversation that's coming up. It's been really good. It's great to be back.
Yeah. And Guy, you're joining us. You're on sabbatical from Australia, yeah?
I am indeed. It's just great to get out into the world again, see people face to face, interact again. It's just terrific. And what I've learnt this morning alone has just been astonishing.
Yeah, we always have great conversations at Top Med Talk and here at Anesthesiology. And, we just want to say thank you to the ASA, the American Society of Anesthesiologists, for supporting us to be here. That means a lot. We couldn't do it without them. And we couldn't do it without the generous support of all of our sponsors, GE Healthcare, Edwards Life Sciences, Medtronic. They have kept the show on the road. And without you, we couldn't keep Top Med Talk free and open to the world. We just had over 2 million downloads this past summer. Wow. I know. And we're listened to in over 100 countries. And this is the figure that I just get tired whenever I say it. Over 2,000 podcasts we've had here on Top Med Talk. So lots and lots of good content you can find at topmedtalk.com. Now, we've been here at the ASA meeting over the last couple of years and had some great conversations about sustainability in anesthesiology. And today we're going to have another one with David Harvard, who is from the University of Michigan. David, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, so for our listeners who may not know you, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and a little bit about your research interests?
Yeah, sure. So I did my anesthesia training in England, as you might be able to tell. And then about 10 years ago, I did a year at the University of Michigan, and they invited me back permanently on the liver transplantation team. So I'm a member of the liver transplant team there, the liver anesthesia team. And I managed the equipment and supplies. And I took that job over about 2 months before the pandemic, which turned out was good or bad timing.
You got very busy.
So I kind of got busy, and it was a great opportunity to learn a lot, which I did.
Yeah.
So in terms of my research now, I'm really interested in sustainability,
Yes.
and which kind of stems from all the equipment and the supplies that we use.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the co-lead of the Green Anesthesia Project, or Green Anesthesia Initiative, we call it, or Gaia.
Yeah.
There's a clever link there. But the main thing...
We like that. We like
I know. I was
that
just going to say, we like that a lot. I caught that.
I didn't think of that. That was the chair. Okay. He's cleverer than me. The majority of what I'm doing now is working to see how we can improve sustainability.
Yeah.
First in anesthesia, mainly anesthesia gases is what we think about.
Yeah.
But also more broadly in the OR.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's just dive right in and talk about what are some of the issues with sustainability. Because as a clinician myself in the OR, just doing things every single day, I don't necessarily always think of that. And I've learned a lot in other conversations that we've had about this, about product waste, all the different disposables that we use, in addition to the anesthetic gases. So, can we talk about the problem for team anesthesia when it comes to sustainability?
Yeah, I think the thing that comes first to mind are the gases that we use.
Yeah.
The patients, the gases tend to get vented straight into the atmosphere.
Uh-huh.
So I think there's two main issues that come from that. One are the CO2 equivalents, and the impact on the global warming cascade that we're seeing. And the second is the ozone layer and the effect that these gases have on the ozone layer. So I think you can separate those two things. There are four main gases that we use every day. Well, we may not use every day, but we have the
Some of us may
use
more than others, yes.
Right? And the big one is nitrous oxide. It
Yeah.
does two things. It hangs around in the atmosphere for more than 100 years.
Oh, wow.
It's a
I
couple
didn't
hundred
never heard
times
that
worse
figure.
than CO2 per unit in terms of global warming effect or CO2 equivalents. And it breaks down the ozone layer while it hangs around. So it does a couple of bad things. And we use a lot of it. it's if your flows are at 2 liters a minute for the whole case, and you're 50% nitrous, you're using a liter a minute.
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
Compared to the the volatile agents that we use, probably a few cc's, depending how well you're doing.
Yeah.
So the nitrous oxide story is interesting because you don't really have to use it.
Yeah.
You can just use twice as much of another agent. And so when we started to look at what we were using, we realized that we bought about 10 times more than we were giving to patients. And then when we kind of asked around and looked around a bit, it seems that the pipeline that we use in hospitals in general is the cause of that.
Oh.
So you can lower your nitrous use if you like, but if you've got a massive tank full of nitrous attached to a pipeline that's working its way through the hospital, it's probably leaking about 90% of what you're using.
Our eyebrows are all raised on that.
I've never heard that before. That's quite astonishing.
So I think I've got to pay credit to Dr. Cheeseborough here in, I think he's in Oregon, and he's the one that's done a ton of work on this stuff, figuring out where all the leaks are. And essentially, if you just carry on doing what you're doing in nitrous, but attach a cylinder to the back and use a cylinder, you're going to cut your usage by 90%.
No kidding. So instead of piping it through the system, just keeping it in there.
Yep.
Wow. And that's where we feel like most of this is coming from. Because has there not been a movement? I know in my general practice even the last 10 years, we've pretty much stopped using nitrous. Most of providers I know don't use it anymore.
Yeah, and it's important to stop using, I think, just so you can go to the tank on the back. If you're still using it all day, every day, it's very hard to keep switching that tank out.
Yeah.
And you're just not going to be able to do that logistically. So, when we started at U of M, the first thing we targeted was nitrous. And we were like, okay, what we've got to do is get the usage down to the point where we can just move away from this pipeline. So we shut the pipeline down. So the first thing we did, we're building a new hospital. It was opening in 2025. We took the pipeline out of that hospital, so there was no nitrous pipeline in there. And then a few months ago, we shut off the pipeline in our cardiovascular center. And then today, they're closing it down in the main hospital, which was a great day for me.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
To be 2,000 miles away.
Congratulations. Congrats. That's great. So nitrous is an issue. We feel like we can stop using it if we kind of get to this, other broader issue of actually storing it and things like that. Anesthetic gases are a problem as well, and I know some are worse than others. But, we have desflurane, sevoflurane on our carts now, so it's really the decision is ours as providers, right, with what to use?
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely it. People often pose the question, hey, look, what's the point in doing anything when people are flying everywhere, or we have polluting cars or coal-powered stations? But we have a choice we can make every day. For the patient, there isn't a great deal of difference about what we use, and so we can choose to use agents that are less damaging to the environment. And in short, that's sevoflurane. Okay.
And is there, one of the questions I've always had, is there a way to better control, I guess, the amount of gas that we're giving and how we give it, high flow versus low flow and things like that?
Yeah, I think there's 2 points to this, really. There's the peri-induction phase where you're pre-oxygenating the patient, and the temptation is to crank the machine up to 15 liters so the patient gets all the oxygen, and that feels good. But really, they don't need more than 8.
Yeah.
So if you start at 8, that's great. And then you're using half the amount. And then during the maintenance phase, you could use low flows. Now, I started anesthesia in London in 2005, and we've been talking about low flow anesthesia
for a while.
Almost 20 years now.
I started about 10 years earlier, and they were already talking about it.
Guy.
Don't ask Guy.
I can add a couple more years to that.
We're talking about low flows.
We've been talking about low flows for a long time.
Yeah.
I can show you graphs from the U of M where we say, hey, how about low flows? And the flow graphs just do this.
Yeah.
And people, the reason why is because there's a lack of, I think, perceived benefit to the patient.
Yeah.
I mean, you lose less heat and you lose less humidity, but that's not a selling argument to balance against the risks, which are the risk of hypoxemia and the risk of, inadequate levels of whatever anesthetic gas you're trying to use. So And we always say in an experienced hands. Now, it depends what you practice. If you're practicing in the UK, well, as a attending physician there, you'll be in the OR with your patient all day, and then you can probably monitor very closely, and you've got the ability to do that. It's kind of hard work, though. And some days you just might not feel like it. And so it's just temptation just to turn it up a little bit and just relax a bit more. Or maybe your case is super intense. Maybe you're doing a liver transplant or, I don't know, AAA or whatever it is that's challenging for you. And it's the first thing to go. And it should be, really.
Yeah, if you're really focusing. But that being said, a lot of the conversations we've had is how can we use technology to help us do our jobs better, improve the quality of care, improve patient safety. So there are some solutions now available that help us maybe manage that a little bit better.
Yeah, and this is something I used in England just before I left. So I think we're talking about end tidal control from and that's only available in the US from GE Healthcare on their ASA CS2 or CS squared machine. And what it essentially is an autopilot system that delivers a precise level of end tidal oxygen and end tidal agent, whichever agent you're using. And it will do that at the minimal flow. Now, at the U of M, we set that at a default at 500 cc's a minute.
Oh, okay.
That's an order of magnitude lower than anyone is doing on their own.
For sure.
It's just not happening.
Yeah.
It's possible to do that, but you have to focus solely on that. And that's not what we encourage our residents to do when we're training them. It's not really what we want anyone to do.
Yeah.
And so we see, I see this very much as a patient safety tool that allows low flow anesthesia.
Yeah.
I don't see it as being about the money. I see it as an important environmental tool, but I really see its main benefit in patient safety. You can't deliver a hypoxemic gas mixture, and it will deliver the end tidal SIVO or whatever gas it is you're using that you set it to. So it's just going to achieve that. It'll achieve that quickly and stably. And it frees up the anesthesiologist and the resident to think about other things.
Yeah.
I'm interested. If it can't achieve the goals with the given flow, what's the automatic response, or is it an alarm response?
It depends what the reason why it can't do it. So there's an alarm that kicks in if there's a leak or whatever. If it needs, so if you change the level of anesthetic and it realizes it needs to increase the end tidal SIVO, it will kick up the flows.
And then bring them down again when it's ready.
And then bring them down when it's ready.
Yeah. And look, as an environmental risk of being an environmental vandal, I have to say. And look, what I have learned is the thing about nitrous oxide, because I do use it in appropriate cases, but I need to go back and get some cylinders out. So that's a great learning from today. But look, we have that system available, and it has turned me from a moderate to high flow user to an automatic low flow. It is a set and forget. And we've already talked this morning about some aspects of how technology can avoid distraction. If you're sitting there having to play with your flows and titrate your vaporizer, you're really not doing some other things. So look, I agree on a patient safety perspective, it stops me being distracted. But these important environmental issues, I think it speaks to that incredibly well. So, I've become an incredible convert. You just have to work on the nitrous oxide a bit. But so I think it's a game changer personally.
Yeah. And being in the OR, and there are a lot of other things going on, and there are plenty of times, especially whenever we're going through generations of ventilators and anesthesia machines, where once it was the knobs turning everything up, and you want your flows up because they're saturation's down a little bit, or you need to deepen the gas or lower the gas just a little bit, so you turn up your flows, and then 10 minutes later, like, oh my god, I'm running my flows at 5 liters, and or something like that. I think this is great. I mean, it is a set and forget, and keeps you kind of on track, so you don't kind of go way over or way under, and so that, to me, is very appealing when our patients are more complex. There's a lot more going on in the OR. We have a lot more distraction with the robots in the rooms and things like that. So having some technology like this, I think, is is actually the future, and that really will contribute to helping, with all the other things, burnout and all those things that really are tough
And
every day.
We've done the withdrawal trial. So in my main hospital, we have that, and that's great. And then I sometimes go out to other hospitals, they don't have them.
What is that?
So the automated control.
Oh, yes.
So we have that in many of the hospitals I work in, and I go to one that doesn't, and then I sit back and look at my flows and kind of wince.
Yes.
That's even though I might be more conscious than once was, you just don't do it because you forget or whatever, or you get distracted or whatever. So there's a noticeable change in the way I approach it, and I see others do. So, I think it's incredibly important for all the reasons that you've told us. Yeah.
Yeah. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have the same thing. We've rolled it out at a lot of sites, but not all of them. And I was working with a resident the other day, and we put the patient to sleep, and they turn around to click it on the machine. They're like, "Oh man, where is it?" And that, I think, tells you what you need to know about it. It's been very powerful. People really appreciate having it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, as an environmentalist myself, and those things are really important to me, I'm also, try to be a good financial steward. And so we know if we're reducing the cost of what it is that we're using, it's a win-win, right? We have to look at all the ways that everybody wins in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, it is a win-win. And it can display the cost per hour of the agent. We actually haven't done that because I didn't want this to be about the money.
For sure.
It saves money. It self-evidently does.
Yeah.
But really, for our Green Anesthesia Initiative project, our Gaia project, if you like, we moved from nitrous and isoflurane to SIVO, and that's a lot more expensive. And then as we roll out end-tidal control, our SIVO use drops. And so we think we can probably get back to almost cost neutral with 95% reductions in CO2 emissions.
Yeah.
And we have money on ours, and it's quite a lot of money, actually. Once you look at it, it's quite a lot of money. So, we've been sort of, either we forgot to turn it off or whatever, but it is sobering, that part as well.
Yeah.
So David, let me ask you, because we're all having this conversation, and it makes complete sense because we've done high flow and low flow, and we've sat there and done the thinking. 10, 20 years in, how are we going to teach folk? And this is an argument against it, but how are we going to teach folk why it's important and how it all works if they just press a button and it just happens?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question that I spent a bit of time thinking about. And the way that I learned about low flow anesthesia was, I still remember I was in Woolwich General Hospital, and I turned the flows down, and then the SIVO kept dropping.
Yeah.
And I said to the ODP, "There's something wrong with this machine." And
they said, "This is not working."
He said, "No, there's something wrong with the anesthesiologist."
He was like looking at me like, "You've been doing this for 3 months." I think it's probably you. And he was right.
Yeah.
And that's how I figured it out, because no one really taught me. I think you can still teach it. You can understand it. There's lots of tools available online to teach it and understand it. But it's very, very difficult to, it's very difficult to execute it in everyday practice. I think we've found that and proven that over 20, 25 years. In the same way as, when people brought in ultrasound for central lines, people no one will know how to do landmark, and we now think that they shouldn't know how to do landmark. Now the residents are all using ultrasound for arterial line placement.
Yeah.
I finally had to learn because they can get it first time every time. And, it took me a few years to
adopt
and agree that it was actually better, and it is better.
Yeah.
But it just takes a little bit of time sometimes to come to that realization. I still think that palpation is important. But if you've got an awake patient, how can you justify doing that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And so if you've got an end-tidal control on your machine, how could you justify turning the flows down low to show to someone how it works when you've got an automated system that does it more safely?
Yeah.
You just wonder how much more of what we do will be automated.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
But, the question is, and again, conversation after conversation, we're like, is technology to take over our jobs? I don't think that's ever possible. Someone has to have human eyes on these things. But again, if we can do it better and it's better for our patients, for patient safety, why not? Instead of why.
And it's all about this AI conversation we've been having.
Yeah,
it is
absolutely.
AI.
It is.
And that's filtering the information, doing stuff for us, and allowing us to do much more complex tasks. Which, let's face it, with our population, the way they're heading in age and comorbidities, we're desperately needed in that space. So, yeah, kind of it's a little piece of AI that's not scary and really kind of works.
Yeah. And I know not everybody loves the analogy with the airline industry for anesthesia, but again, I'm sure pilots had a tough time whenever autopilot was taking over, but
fly-by-wire, all that tech. Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%. That's where we are. So, David, fantastic conversation. Thank you so much for enlightening us. Again, I think we saw our eyebrows raise a couple times here. So.
Really, and great to have the accent on the show.
Oh, I was just going to say, oh my goodness. Once again, I'm outnumbered here on Top Med Talk. But David, if we want to find out more information about some of the things we talked about today, like Gaia and some of the other things you're involved in, where's the best place to find that?
So, I mean, people are I'm more than happy for people to reach out directly. I've had people do that after a few things that I've done. So people can either email or...
Okay. We'll put all that stuff in the show notes for it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Fantastic. All right. And we'll put all this information in our notes. So you'll have that at your fingertips. Again, David, thank you so much. And thank you for listening to Top Med Talk. You can find all of our content at topmedtalk.com. This particular podcast will be up on YouTube, as well as everything that we've done here at the ASA. And we'll be putting that out through our podcatcher later in the month. So please do check that out. We're on X. I know I've got it. LinkedIn, Facebook, you can find a lot of information there as well. Again, thank you for listening. Thank you to all of our sponsors that make all of these wonderful conversations happen. Cheers, everybody. Well, hello and welcome to Top Med Talk here at Anesthesiology 2023. It's the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists. I'm Desiree Chappell. I'm your host of Top Med Talk, and joining me today are my co-hosts, Mike Grocott and Guy Ledbrook. Gentlemen, thanks again for sitting down with me, co-hosting.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Mike, wonderful meeting so far. I think we've talked about it. Lots of great conversations. Our last couple ones were super enlightening about OR sustainability and different solutions for ward monitoring, which are things that I think all of us are very interested in, huh?
I mean, a real technology theme and how much of what we do can technology take over in a positive way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which I suspect may play into this conversation.
I think I think it's going to a little bit. I think so. So for those listening now, Mike, can you tell us a little bit about your background? You've been on Top Med Talk. You've co-hosted with me several times. You've taken a new role as my co-editor-in-chief.
The boss has left the building, and I've just been promoted to be your co-editor-in-chief. I've been working with Top Med Talk for 5 years or more.
Yeah.
And I'm a anesthesiologist, intensive care physician in Southampton in the UK, south of England.
And you've been doing this for a little while.
You can tell us by looking at me.
I'm just saying. I'm setting the stage here, Mike.
I have been
Go
doing
with
this a
me
little
on
while,
this.
and I'm on the chair of the department I work in.
Yeah, fantastic. And Guy, for our listeners today, why don't you tell us a little bit about your background?
Sure, well, I'm the ringer here, I reckon.
Yeah.
I was brought in from down south. I'm an anesthesiologist. I work in post-operative care increasingly, drug development, economics, and just interested in the future, really, of where we're all heading, which is why today's talk is an interview is terrific.
It is, yeah, absolutely. So here on Top Med Talk, we have all different types of discussions with key opinion leaders within our industry in the world of anesthesiology. A lot around technology, a lot around evidence and different things in play. This particular conversation, though, I think is going to take us in a direction that we haven't had many discussions about here on Top Med Talk. We have our very special guest today, Dr. George Williams, who is the vice chair, vice chair for critical care medicine and professor of anesthesiology at the Department of Anesthesiology at University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston. George, thank you so much for joining us.
Desiree, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, so when we were doing title checks, I had said assistant professor originally, but I think that's changed recently, yes?
Yes, I'm thrilled to be promoted to full professor. It's been quite a journey. I'm really excited about it.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Congratulations. Great news.
Thank you.
A lot of hard work, and I'm sure very well deserved. So congratulations to you. So, George, one of the conversations that we wanted to have here at the ASA has evolved kind of around what is the future and where is the field of anesthesiology going. And I know that there was a poll done with some residents asking if you could, what is the number one thing that you wanted to know about from people who have been doing this for a while and have insight into the profession. What is anesthesiology going to look like in the next 5 to 10 years? And as a career, what does that mean to me as a resident coming through? So that's kind of where I want to start our conversation. So from your perspective, you work with residents quite a bit. Is that correct?
Every day, absolutely. I enjoy it. I was a former associate program director at our residency.
That's what I thought, yes.
And we have one of the largest residencies in the country. I believe we're the third largest right now in the country with 30 residents per class. So we're growing, and residents are a big part of my practice.
Yeah.
Is very important to me.
Yeah. And I'm sure, as healthcare has been evolving and the field of anesthesiology has been evolving, there are a lot of questions out there about where we're going. COVID made a huge dent on our profession in, I think, positive and negative ways. Positively, we got a lot of press during the COVID years, and people learned about what anesthesiology was where they may not have known that before. Is that right?
I completely agree. It brings to mind an effort by the ASA that recently took place in the past 7 or 8 years where we sought to make sure we use titles like physician anesthesiologist because we didn't feel that many in the public knew that we were physicians and what we did in the operating room. After COVID, with spots on Time magazine, our our own president being mentioned in the White House press room, things like that. I think I had even family members reach out to me like, hey, you're an anesthesiologist, so tell me about. So I really think that our profession has really been put in the spotlight in a lot of good ways as a result of COVID. And I think that has long-term implications for not only how we're perceived, but our opportunities going forward as a specialty.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, there are challenges, right? And there are, staffing crisis, as we hear, not only here in the U.S., but globally, as we've had other conversations around that, impacting the profession as well.
Absolutely. So, when we look at our staffing crises that are occurring everywhere, when we look at the fact that many of our partners are having to work early, late, post-call, pre-call, in perpetuity because of our staffing challenges, it does lead to some concerns, but it also, in a lot of ways, is an opportunity. It gives us a chance as a profession, as a specialty, to precisely determine how we can maximize our impact in a positive fashion for patient care. And because we would actually be the ones providing that guidance to determine that impact and where it would be, it gives us a great way to inject ourselves into policy leadership and protocol development for patients in the perioperative period in a way that I don't think that we've seen or expected from our specialty in recent times. So this is, it is a challenge, but on a systematic level, it actually can be. If we have the leadership, patience, and ingenuity to capture it, it can be an opportunity for our specialty.
Yeah. So my co-hosts here have been doing anesthesia for just a little while, a couple years. And I would love your all's kind of opinion and thoughts on how the profession has evolved, since you started out. And so, Guy, I'll start with you.
Well, I go back so far that I remember the first
were not
pulse
driving
oximeter. So, let's put that in context. So I've got a bit of history that we can go back over. Look, what I've seen is an increasing understanding that what happens before the operating room and after the operating room is increasingly important. Yeah. It hasn't been a rapid or natural progression in my experience, but it's certainly gathering pace, certainly sort of down under where we are, both because we recognise what we can do and actually the opportunity in terms of job satisfaction that it provides. I can sit in an operating room and not talk to anyone, and except maybe count back to 10 from 10 or something. But the satisfaction of interacting with people and their carers and family is significant. It's not necessarily part of our DNA, though, as specialists and people have been around for a while. So it's a bit of an acquired taste. But, George, do you see movements like that or thoughts like that? And does it resonate well with the kind of people that we have in the specialty now?
That's a great question. I definitely see that movement taking place. There's not just intraoperative but perioperative demand and for our services and really for our expertise. Yeah. We understand what happens to a patient physiologically. We're able to provide, we're portable, we're quick, we're efficient, and we have to know everything about so many layers of not just the anesthetic management, but the surgical management, pre-op, post-op management. So once you actually open that door, and demonstrate the flexibility and versatility of anesthesiologists in general, I see it as a great opportunity. I'll just give a case in point. An area of interest of mine particularly is with organ donor management. And historically, when it comes to organ donors, we said, okay, there's this ASA 6, and we're just going to come in and do our part. But in our hospital, we were asked to do things like to declare when a patient may have cardiac death, so we can do donation after cardiac death cases and actually get more organs using our expertise on reperfusion and organ preservation. And so before we knew it, we had to create a whole service around that domain just because there was that need for it. Because at first I was getting phone calls when I'm walking to my car at the end of the day to help out someplace else. Now our department is totally injected into that process. And not just the intensivists, but general anesthesiologists have a great part to play in that as well. So that's just a small example of the wide berth that we're seeing in our specialty, and I think it's exciting.
Yeah. And, we spoke before about the residents. Are the residents prepared for that when they start, and are they prepared for that when they've finished training? Or have we got a bit of work to do?
So I'm kind of biased. I love our program. I think we have the best program in the country. Don't tell anyone. Are we live? Oh,
we
yes,
are live. Sorry. We cannot edit that out later. I'm keeping that one in.
Perfect. There we go. But I think when our residents come out of training, they're ready for that. I think the problem is once we get 5 years out, 10 years out, and we haven't exercised the muscles of the perioperative world that we took advantage of or took for granted when we were residents, then it starts becoming, okay, we had to relearn or make sure we brush up on those skills. We saw that during COVID-19.
Yep.
Every resident has to have several months of ICU time. And we had faculty that literally went through a brief primer by anesthesiologists for anesthesiologists for the ICU, and we're able to brush up and able to meaningfully help in tremendous fashion across the country. So our residents, I believe, out the door are generally ready. And if we can change the culture of our specialty to expect that readiness to be utilized in different elements of the perioperative environment, then it gives us an opportunity to continuously capture that skill set, that expertise that we collectively have coming out of training.
Yeah.
I think that's a terrific point, because our learning programs are usually terrific, and physiology, pharmacology, applied, we kind of know it all, and then if we don't use it, then you lose it, kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you get the sense that the people that employ us, our payers, the people that use us, are kind of aligned with that idea that that's where we will add value, or are adding value now and will more so in the future? Or is there some learnings to do there?
I genuinely think there's a lot of learning to do there on the employer side. We have many of our new graduates going into employed anesthesiology, not private practice, one group, that they own, for example, in many instances. And that's okay. That's the environment we're in. But the employer side needs to have an illustration of the tremendous business opportunity there is with that. And once that gets seen, I really expect that would really be captured on, because the group that's able to say, hey, we're doing more than solely focusing on the intraoperative part, we can offer you this. We can offer you opportunities to streamline things come out of the emergency department and donor care and et cetera, and going bigger and bigger, then that's going to be a more secure group with a better financial contract that's going to be more sought after, because no hospital would want to be left behind in that. And so the economics of competition, I believe, would spur a great deal of interest on the part of administrators once that demonstration actually takes place.
Yeah, showing the value of providers. Mike, how does this sit with you?
A really interesting conversation, but the balance between the in OR, in operating theatre activity, and the out of operating theatre activity, and the fact that outside the operating theatre, we don't necessarily have the financial setup, and we're also potentially in competition with other specialists. So other folk who may think they're experts in perioperative care, and to be fair, it's a team game.
Yes.
They sometimes are. But I mean, how will that play out in the next 10, 15 years?
Absolutely. The same way that in the intraoperative part of anesthesiology, the billing system, the certainty and the time base that provides is really unique across the entire spectrum of the family of medicine. So as we go into the perioperative world and the non-intraoperative parts that we're talking about, we'll have to get used to utilizing those tools that our colleagues from other specialties have. However, there's funding and there's billing opportunities for basically everything we've talked about so far that are really capturable. I'll give you an example. A group reached out to me about a year ago because they realized, hey, we now know how to use gastric ultrasound and do a perioperative risk assessment. There are codes where you can bill for that ultrasound. Now, one at a time is not very much, but if everyone's doing it, you have a new revenue stream. You start talking about a critical care time. There used to be a fear pre-COVID of how are anesthesiologists in the United States going to be able to actually bill? Don't we have to have a fellowship and show a certificate, et cetera? And that's not the case. You have ER docs, you have nephrologists, you have everyone else billing critical care time. And even when it comes to floor consultations, even though it may be brief, there's opportunity to capture revenue there. So it will require our thought leaders, particularly in our business leaders, to make sure we're reaching out to our colleagues that have different backgrounds so we can learn how they do that. And I want to take the second part of your question, the competition part. The us in the same pool as other people. I think the ICU part of anesthesiology is used to that in the U.S. And in my environment, I've had to see a lot of that. It's us, it's pulmonologists, there's surgeons, there's neurologists, there's everybody. And so in a competitive environment, it can be quite different, particularly in the intraoperative part, it's just us. But that being said, we have so much to offer, and there's such a need for these services. On top of that, the competitive environment itself will, I think, eventually give way to the fact that there's tremendous opportunity, tremendous patient benefit. I'll give you an example in the ICU. Only 30 to 35% of ICUs are actually appropriately staffed by a physician. So, every anesthesiologist in the country become an ICU doctor tomorrow, and we'll still have competition. We'll still have opportunity to grow. And kind of like we become like the orthopedic surgeons who are spine surgeons versus the neurospine surgeons or OMFS versus ENT. We kind of fall into that category suddenly. But I think that can be exciting too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I agreed. I'm also interested, so if I look at my experience in England and the UK, the interest, passion for perioperative care tends to increase as you go down the age range. So some of the older practitioners are less excited about changing their practice, whereas some of the youngsters just see it as an inevitable and welcome part of anesthesiology practice. What's the appetite here amongst the residents for perioperative care as a complement to anesthesia?
Well, I think all the residents I work with are excited about it. They look for every opportunity to use all of the tools and skill sets that they've learned. I go to the operating room, they're like, okay, well, why don't I do we can start doing a novel block or a new ultrasound technique, or why don't we do this? Why don't we mention the ICU first and do this? Or why can't we create a space in the PACU to manage our patient? Their cylinders are firing, like you said, in dramatic fashion. And it's really for the rest of us to be able to catch up with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, perioperative medicine has really been a theme here at the meeting this year. I think we were talking about how many sessions. You actually just came from a session about perioperative nutrition, correct?
Exactly. Just presented upstairs about advances in perioperative nutrition and things we can do as anesthesiologists to really have a tremendously positive impact in patient outcomes, functional status, whether or not they go home or whether or not they go to a long-term acute care facility.
Yeah.
Our nutrition practice can, in many instances, impact that.
Yeah.
And we've shown it, so it's very exciting.
Absolutely. Do you feel like, and I want to get back to, where we really think the profession's going in the next 5 to 10 years, but do you feel like there's a lot of new frontier and just so much newness that we have to get into that it's a little bit overwhelming, or do you think this is something that we're prepared to go into and really start doing?
Yes, I think that it can very quickly become a kid in a candy shop sort of thing. There's so many things. There's that shiny object, that one, that one, that one. So as a specialty, we are going to have to focus and make sure that we're all rowing in the same direction so that we can collectively take advantage of those opportunities, have systematic billing infrastructure in place, have institutional knowledge as a specialty, if you will, regarding how to capture that. But in the next 10 years, I think anesthesiology will start looking very differently than it does right now in terms of the expectations we have for our groups, the expectations we have for our residents. I think there's going to be a lot of growth opportunities, and because there's so many options, I believe those will be positive changes. I think there will be things that we collectively end up agreeing on because we've actually steered that. We've chosen the elements that we really want to focus on the most.
Yeah. Mike, did you have a comment?
Well, it's slightly different, off-piste, if you like, from this conversation, but we've been talking all day a lot about technology.
Yeah.
And a lot of what we do, particularly in the OR, if you think 10 years forward, maybe we're not driving our cars anymore because the cars drive for us.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was a patient, I'd be anxious that the anesthesiologist is driving the anesthetic machine. So which bits of what we do will be taken over, and where are the residents on that? Is that an opportunity, or is that something to be afraid of?
Well, I definitely see it as an opportunity, but that's a big change, and I don't think most of us perceive the extent to what that change will actually end up being like and how tremendous it will be. I think that we started seeing the first tastes of it when it comes to decision support and opportunities for that. But right now, decision support takes extra steps. We have to use an app or we have to buy a specific device, and it's kind of a little clunky now. But like you said, in the not too distant future, particularly with the implications for AI and being able to quickly analyze not only our data, but groups like us and very, very quickly, and then implementing clinical pathways based off of that, there's going to be opportunities for us to really engage and lead and demonstrate tremendous value. I believe that our keynote speaker for this morning really illustrated that really, really well. I mean, imagine if we were saying, hey, you know, we've noticed in our hospital system or all the hospitals that have whatever EMR, we give, you know, this dosage on Dancitron versus Reglan. We find this happens in this patient. Everything will start alerting to us on its own, and we have to make sure that we are ready to incorporate that and lead it. It is kind of scary because it could be like, oh, this replacing us, but it's really not. We still need to be able to see the patient. I'll give a very brief example. You know, sometimes you go to an anesthesia machine and it says the MAC is 0.8. Well, they don't know if that patient, you know, just drank a liter of scotch. They don't know if that patient is on amphetamines, and so it can't. So there's that bedside intuitions can be very important. But the chance to make it to where anesthesia is already the safest specialty, to make it to where it is almost unheard of for someone to come out and not have a great outcome because their anesthesiologist was attentive, use the tools that's available to him or her, and took great care of the patient. I think it's a really positive direction.
But our identity is often built on the art of managing physiology, and we're interacting with these, you know, human physiological control systems. Surely a device is going to be better at doing that? Question mark.
Well, you know, it reminds me of when I was a resident at University Hospitals of Cleveland. We went to the VA, and the VA system, this was I'm going to date myself, I'm so sorry.
Well, we've all
I graduated from my residency in 2009 and my fellowship 2010. And at the VA in 2008, we actually had a device. You may remember it. It actually would automatically infuse neuromuscular blockers and sedatives based on the patient's weight, body surface area, to get them automatically adjusted so that encompassing for first order, second order, third order kinetics. And that was a device that was so old, no one was using it anymore back then. So there is a little bit of the bell bottoms coming back into fashion again, with a new layer of extraordinary detail. Yes, your point is well taken.
But Mike, let me suggest to you that we already have AI. So if we're talking about AI as being a data collector and filter and curator, and me being at the point of decisions, I have a resident that very much kind of acts like that in a funny way, is that I'm still required to really make the call on the important things and not make the call, not be distracted by the more routine stuff. I'm not sure that's a fair comparison, and I don't want to denigrate any resident because they provide much more than that. But the concept that we're still there and still important and absolutely essential, but some of the other activities really we can be helped with, maybe not completely alien to the concept of AI. But if I have offended all my residents at home, please forgive me. We value you very much.
Well, Guy, I think that your point is exactly, I think it's a fantastic parallel and illustration, because once we can reduce the decision burden of mundane things and identify those opportunities and to make it to where we can focus on extraordinary excellence on our preoperative management, that makes it makes it better for everybody, particularly the patient. So I totally agree with you. Yeah. And that's with having even the best residents in the country.
He said that once already, so boy, you know it. So
Guy, you've got to learn to say that.
He does too. They're all wonderful. So, you know, as we go forward, do you feel like our next generation of residents, trainees, are going to be able to kind of keep up with things and really start to adopt and change maybe a little bit more quickly than some of us that have been doing this for a while?
Well, you know, I think that I think that they will have those tools because they see us dealing with those challenges right now.
Yeah.
But there's one challenge I just want to at least mention, because we've talked a lot about the clinical challenges, but I think that another front that's opening in the next 10 years and 15 years in the practice of anesthesiology is the expectation of administrative involvement and leadership.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's really a lot of there's a lot of interest in health systems now and physicians being in leadership of hospitals. Anesthesiologists are uniquely positioned, I would argue, because we're there at the hospital all the time. We interact with everyone in all locations. So a great CMO, a great CEO, being a physician that knows everyone, anesthesiologist, I think positions us in a way to where we can actually meet that. And we are already seeing the trend towards preparation for that with the activities of the ASA, with the Certificate in Business Administration programs, with Advance and what they've been trying to teach. And even in our residencies, we're taking it as a more important element to make sure we're teaching about administrative leadership and professional citizenship. So in terms of preparation, I think the residents are seeing that launch pad, that runway being put out there. And I think it falls on us to make sure we clearly illustrate it to them, illuminate that for them, and give them that opportunity to be prepared when it's their turn to be where we are right now.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point, and probably really the future of, where the direction can go. So George, wrapping up here, what would you say the advice, to these residents, to these young anesthesiologists who are thinking about where are we going in the next 5 years and how am I going to navigate this? What would you say to that?
I would say be part of the solution. Come in to this meeting, to anywhere else, with the mindset that these things are all in flux and I am needed as a resident. My energy, my perspective, the same energy I had when I went into a room with thousands of other medical students applying for residency program positions, if I have that same energy and that same zeal, then I can be part of the solution to steer exactly how anesthesiology goes. And so I think that big message, that personal, not responsibility, but opportunity that each of us have, particularly our residents, is something that I would suggest that they all keep in mind, because we've talked about every element of practice being affected and changed in the next 10 to 15 years. And it's either there at the steering wheel, or we're just kind of watching the car going on the road aimlessly. So that's what I would suggest.
And you may be walking into challenges and barriers and things like that as soon as you go into practice, but there are things that you can think about and move in a direction that you don't have to get burned out like a lot of us that have been doing it for a while, right?
Exactly. If I could just mention real fast, we've seen the trend for new graduates to want maybe 80% positions, things like that. That sort of steering where we go as a profession. That is actually saying, okay, they're making all the rest of us change. They are already providing that leadership, and having an opportunity to do it in a systematic fashion, in a way that benefits our patients the most and preserves our specialty, is really the opportunity, particularly when we educate the residents on how to do that.
Fantastic. George, thank you for a wonderful conversation. This has been very enlightening, to have this. If people are interested, if those who are entering the profession are interested, where is a good place to find resources to find more information about what's happening within the field of anesthesiology?
I'm not saying this because we're here at Anesthesiology 2023, but the ASA website, I recognize that websites are not really sought after, much more Instagram and YouTube now, but the website has, if you log in with your login, there's all these details about what's happening economically, what's happening clinically, what's on the forefront, all throughout the ASA website. Many of our committees, like the committee I chair and Committee on Critical Care Medicine, we actually make products specifically and paper specifically for our members that aren't on PubMed, that allow extra knowledge about what's going on. So I would strongly suggest, that's how I learned about everything coming out, is like digging through all the association websites, and now the ASA website is so good about that. I would suggest that as well.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, thank you. George, such a pleasure. And thank you for listening to Top Med Talk. You can always find us at topmedtalk.com. You can find us on your favorite social media platform, X, LinkedIn, Facebook. We are there. I got it again. We're there. On your favorite podcatcher, you can find many of the conversations, all of our conversations that we've had over the years, a lot related to some of the stuff that we've talked about today, and other topics that we're hearing about here at Anesthesiology 2023. And again, we want to give a huge shout out to the American Society of Anesthesiology for the support that they've given to us, Top Med Talk, over the years here for the meeting. We couldn't do this without you. We couldn't keep what we're doing free and open access to the world. So thank you to them. Thank you to our sponsors. Cheers, everybody. Well, hello and welcome back to Top Med Talk. We're here at Anesthesiology 2023, the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists. Top Med Talk here is in the exhibit hall at the Moscone Center in San Francisco. I'm Desiree Chappell, your host. I'm joined by my co-host, Professor Mike Grocott. Hello, Mike. How are you?
I'm very good, having an excellent day of enriching conversations.
It really has been. Yes, we keep
good.
saying the word enlightened. I think we've had some very enlightening conversations, great ones, AI, technology, really that in itself, and then how that's affecting the future of anesthesiology. So if you've missed any of those conversations, you know you can find us at topmedtalk.com on our website. All of the information's there. These videos are going to be going out on YouTube. So please do check that out. Now, Top Med Talk is a perioperative medicine podcast if you've never heard of us before. We're global. We're listened to in over 100 countries. We have over 2,000 podcasts that we've done in the last 7 years, which I know we shake our heads. I can't believe we've done that many. With over 2 million downloads. So lots of listeners, and thank you for listening. We also want to give a shout out and a huge thank you to the American Society of Anesthesiologists. They have helped us. They've given us this beautiful booth here at the meeting. They've supported us over the years. We couldn't do it without you. We couldn't do it without our other sponsors, GE Healthcare, Edwards Life Sciences, and Medtronic. You keep Top Med Talk going, free, open to the world. Right, Mike?
Absolutely. It's a resource which I think a lot of people treasure, which is not just us patting ourselves on the back. It's having that completely open. Because of that support, we can offer it open around the whole world.
Yeah. So at Top Med Talk, we have conversations with key opinions from around the world and leaders in the field of anesthesiology. And today's discussion is no different. We have the opportunity today to talk specifically about payment models and all of those things affecting the world of anesthesiology today. And our distinguished guest, we have Dr. Lois Conley, who's the ASA Vice President for Professional Affairs. Lois, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Desiree and Mike.
Yeah. Lois, for our listeners, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Yes, I'm a professor at the Medical College of Wisconsin, adult neuro anesthesia, liver transplant in my past, and a big residency program as well as an anesthesiologist assistant student program. I've been involved in the ASA for many years.
A while.
Yeah. You learn so much. You help people, you explain what you do. I think you make a difference in not only student resident life, but also your fellow anesthesiologists.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. Well, congratulations. It sounds like you wear many hats and very busy for sure. We have Dr. Jonathan Gao, who is chair of ASA's Committee on Economics. Jonathan, you're returning to Top Med Talk.
It's not my first rodeo. It's true.
I wasn't going to say that, but we'll go with that one. Thank you so much for coming back and chatting with us. If those out there have not listened to our previous conversation, tell us a little bit more about yourself.
So I'm now also a professor of anesthesiology.
Yay, congratulations.
Thank you. As of October 1st, it's official. From the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. That's where I practice and have a couple different titles there. One of them is Assistant Medical Director for Offsite Ambulatory Surgery Center Anesthesia. I also am Director of our Governmental and Reimbursement Affairs there, and that kind of relates to my involvement with not only the ASA as Chair of the Committee on Economics, but also with the NYSSA, the New York State Society of Anesthesiologists, as our Chair of Governmental and Legal Affairs Committee for them.
Okay, very, very good. Well, guys, diving right in, I thought it would be really important. We have global listeners, people listening from all over the world, many of which are here in the U.S., the UK, and Australia. So different payment systems, different models of care. I thought we'd just lay some groundwork now and talk about kind of what it looks like for anesthesiology in the U.S. when it comes to payment models and systems within the healthcare system.
Basically, unlike some other countries, we have a big commercial payer, as well as Medicare, which is a government program.
National healthcare system.
Our national healthcare system. And Medicaid, which is a state-run payment system as well. We also have some citizens that are self-pay or not insured. That portion is getting less and less over time. But I think as our conversation goes today, we'll be talking about our Medicare, our governmental payment issues that are ongoing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, finish up,
Well,
sorry.
for example, where I practice at the Medical College of Wisconsin, and this varies throughout the U.S., we have about 55% of our payer mix come from government contracts. Now, that varies in other states where it could be as high as 90 or 95%. So it really has a big impact regionally, depending on where you practice, on what's going on with Medicare payments.
Yeah, what type of facility you come from. There's a lot of different variations on that. I think we've had discussions about this in the past, about the way that physician anesthesiologists are reimbursed in groups and the different practices are reimbursed. Jonathan, can you take us through a little bit about how that works? I know it's, again, variation, a lot's variable through different systems and types of practices, but...
Sure, yeah. So for the way that we process billing claims for anesthesia services here in the U.S. is patient comes for surgery, we provide the anesthesia services for that. That includes pre-op assessment, intraoperative care, and post-op assessment as well. Those kind of cover the base units for the procedural code that you're going to wind up submitting for that. We use a CPT code, current procedural terminology code. And so there's a anesthesia code that gets crosswalked from every type of surgery that there are out there, and there's about 400 or so of those. So suppose it would be, let's say, a spine surgery, one of the ones that I typically do. So anesthesia for that certain type of spine surgery equals that many base units, and then we add on time units for one time unit for every 15 units of care that are provided. So if it was, say, a 4-hour case, there would be 16 extra time units associated with that. You add those onto the base units, and that total gets multiplied by a conversion factor. The conversion factor is basically that rate, the dollar amount that you wind up getting paid, and it varies per payer. So it's different for Medicaid versus Medicare versus commercial payers.
All right. So that lays the foundation of where the conversation I think we want to take this is that, it is variable depending on who is paying you, but a lot of the times those rates are set by Medicare. Medicare has their own rates that they set. And every year, as we know, there's more and more pressure on the U.S. healthcare system to reduce cost and reduce payment. How is that affecting team anesthesia and anesthesiologists?
Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah. Not to be too grim, but
as it goes right now, it's not sustainable.
Mm-hmm.
There was a modeling done by one of the. There's a 33% committee under a subcommittee under the Committee on Economics that did a modeling based on 100% Medicare payment. And basically, it's not sustainable. You cannot sustain a practice based on Medicare payments. Over a little history behind this, it started in about 1992, the new way we get paid by Medicare. The RBRVS system, as well as the anesthesia conversion factor, they're two different models for physician payments, and they're a little different. We've had some wins with payment adjustments and with CMS over time, and I think the last one was 2005, where we got a 23% increase. But ever since 2005, the payments for our conversion factor has decreased significantly. So now we call it the 33% problem, where we're getting about 33% of what our commercial payers would give us. But in reality, if you adjust that based on inflation over time, it's more like 19%. It's really low. So it's significantly affecting our ability to sustain anesthesia practices without stipends in some areas of the country.
Yeah.
So a conversion factor this year in July is going to be reduced by 3.26%. So every anesthesia unit is relatively about $20.43, which means you might, for a 4-unit case, bring home $80.
Wow, that's very interesting. And so, this sounds like it is a major issue. And I know that there's some advocacy from the ASA happening. So, Jonathan, can you tell us a little bit more about what the ASA is doing to address this? I mean, I know we heard from Dr. Champeau last year. Various leaders within the organization talk about this, but specifically, what should members kind of look out for?
So for the cuts that are being proposed right now by CMS for this year's Medicare physician fee schedule, the 3.26% cut would be for the anesthesia conversion factor, and then a 3.36% cut for the RVRVS conversion factor, which is the conversion factor for all other CPT codes. And for anesthesiologists specifically, that's the one we wind up using for if you place an arterial line, a nerve block, a central line, et cetera. And then the anesthesia conversion factor is for the anesthesia services for those sorts of procedures.
Gotcha.
But so those cuts are right now factored in because of a add-on code that CMS is trying to implement. It's this one called G2211. And this is an add-on code that they actually tried to implement back in like 2018 or 2019, and it's been kind of kicked down the road each year because of the pay for that it would have to accomplish. Since there's these budget neutrality laws when it comes to Medicare Part B, which is the physician fee schedule part of Medicare. The budget associated with CPT changes can't go up or down more than $20 million in a year. Now, that's a really small number in 2023 dollars, and that's because it relates to the omnibus bill from 1989.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It has not been updated.
A little bit
It has not been
antiquated
updated.
there,
And so
isn't it?
here we are using, 89-year-old rules.
Oh my gosh.
And so as a result, they can, in order to make adjustments to CPT codes and have an add-on code like this, you have to basically take from Peter to pay Paul. And so 90% of that 3.25% cut is because they want to implement this G2211 add-on code, which is supposed to represent complexity during a evaluation and management visit, which is very common. Outpatient visits for primary care providers. Even some of our pain medicine physicians inside of our own society, they also submit some of these same E&M type codes that have higher complexity, and they would want to add on this code there. But as a result, they're taking away from those other specialties that don't submit those same types of codes, and that's 90% of that drop is related to that add-on code. So we're advocating to kick that down the road again. It's not necessary. It is duplicative of some of the other E&M updates that happened over the last couple of years to try and add some more relative value units to some of those same E&M codes that this would be added on to. And we've partnered with some other specialty societies in as well to try and do this, to try and advocate on behalf. AMA is one of them, but they kind of...
The American Medical Association,
The American Medical Association. The issue there is that some of their members would benefit from this add-on code and some of them would not. Now, we also have what's called the Surgical Care Coalition, which is the American College of Surgeons, 20 plus more subspecialty surgical societies, ophthalmology, otolaryngology, et cetera, orthopedics, and then ourselves as well, that we have teamed up to the Surgical Care Coalition, and we're now advocating together to help fight these sorts of the codes and the other cuts, and we've come up with some other legislation as well, partnering now with Congress to try and come at it from other angles then as well.
Wow, that's really important.
Yeah, so a bill is introduced called HR 2474, I believe.
I think you got it,
Yeah, that's looking to tie, it was presented by the Doctor Caucus in Congress, and they're looking to tie Medicare fee schedule updates to Medicare Economic Index to assure that we don't continually get cuts, but hopefully it will match inflation or economic indexes. There's also some other nuances in that bill that would help. For example, budget neutrality. You heard Jonathan talk about the low budget neutrality that we're working in. $20 million in today's, it's so low, right?
Yeah.
So they're also proposing that the budget neutrality ceiling be raised to, I think 53 million was the last number that I heard. By the way, whenever they first set the budget neutrality level, it was just a number that they pulled out of a hat. So so 53 million really is based on inflation over time. So to kind of correct for that.
Yeah. It's a very complex conversation. And I think for the average clinician working every day, where can they find more information if they really want to learn more about this? Because I think this is something that it affects everyone. You don't realize it when you're sitting in the OR, churning and burning cases, to be honest. But, this is something that I think is important for everyone to understand.
So you could check my nightstand. I have a lot of stuff there. But you want to talk about the Payment Progress Initiative and that website?
So the ASA does have a lot of resources online that you can access, even under the committee structure. If you go to asahq.org and look under committees, you will find committee resources under there. Okay. And you can find a lot under the Committee on Economics, who is really at the very forefront of all these economic challenges.
Mm-hmm. So we realized, I mean, we've known this for a while, but we really started to make a big push towards not only fighting those different things in policy and, with Congress and helping provide advocacy stuff for our massive advocacy team that needs to be battling this, but we want to start providing more resources to our members too, to kind of educate them. So there's a whole section in the Payment Progress Initiative called Timely Topics. Okay. There's a lot of different information there that's related to all different types of payers and other issues that might be happening. Things, we were talking about Medicare mostly. There's Medicaid stuff now coming out for Medicaid expansion and the rollback of, now that the pandemic is over, how they're, pulling away some benefits there too. We have plenty of stuff on commercial payers, things like the No Surprises Act, et cetera. Yep. And then there's also this, probably the best, most up-to-date and current area would be under the FDA and Washington alerts part. So inside of the ASA website, asahq.org, there's the FDA Washington alerts, which can give you the information on, ASA just submitted a comment letter about the Medicare physician fee schedule. ASA just submitted a comment letter about the G2211 thing. All those sorts of things are right there, and that's kind of the most timely and current up-to-date stuff.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
In addition, every monitor article or every monitor issue usually has something about payment updates. We try to educate our members continuously on all the payment issues, because these payments affect all of us.
Absolutely.
Every practice, not one individual practice, but every one. Yeah. The ASA also runs a commercial survey on conversion factors as well, and that will be released, I think, actually on Monday.
Yeah.
And
we tried to get it out right before. Friday was too tough for the PDFs.
Yeah, it's one way that we can kind of do a survey of all practices to see what commercial contracts are paying for an anesthesia conversion factor. Obviously, it's kind of proprietary. We can't outright disclose that. So the more practices that participate in our annual commercial conversion factor survey, you get a very broad view of what an average conversion factor would be from a commercial payer. So last year, I think it was $85 was the average. Wow. I don't have it right at the very top of my mind, but it was about $85. And I think this year when they ran the survey, just to give you a little
teaser,
it's 1 cent off. I think it's $85.40 instead of 41 cents. So, so that's really good news that our commercial payers are maintaining their contracts as well. But I would encourage you to look for that commercial survey coming out.
And I'm sure we have lots of younger listeners, or those who are just entering the profession, or maybe in residency. Yeah. Are there any other resources that they would use? Do you think that they can learn about more about this?
So every residency has a rotation in practice management, and the Committee on Practice Management is building practice management resources along with the Committee on Economics to educate residents on this. Yeah. I'm in education is Jonathan, and we try to educate our residents on this and provide some resources within. We have an anesthesia toolbox that they have access to, that they can get a lot of resources to learn these issues. But a lot of it is just simply showing them what you would do with a bill, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Jonathan walks them through a bill, for example, with this kind of payer, or even with our quality payment program, trying to make up the difference in the low Medicare payment rates that we get, which is very enlightening.
I'm so glad you remember that. So I do a grand rounds talk. I've gone around, and I've also done some of the anesthesiology conferences too, and I essentially take a basic case. I do a run-of-the-mill open hysterectomy, and the base units for that, the time units for it, suppose you did a nerve block, stuff like that, and this is how many units that would be worth. and this is how much Medicaid would pay you, Medicare,
Oh, wow.
or a commercial payer. And then
Yeah.
I start to incorporate other things of, suppose you participated in MIPS, the merit-based incentive payment
Yeah.
system, and you did it really well. You got a perfect score on MIPS, and you got this much bonus. Suppose it was like 1.85% or something like that. Now, it's pennies on the dollar, right? But now, you did all that, and you have this extremely, well-qualified practice. And now, that same case for Medicare, you get paid a little bit more, 101.84% or something like that. And then I also bring in alternative payment models, suppose bundles, something like that, with a commercial payer. Suppose you had a bundle set up for the open hysterectomies or whatever, and now you perform really well on that, you get a 3% bonus on that. Now that commercial payment with a 3% bonus and how much dollars that's worth, and how over the course of a year that can incorporate into thousands of dollars of revenue for your practice.
Wow.
Kind of the incentive that would be there, that carrot at the end of the stick.
Yeah.
So you're probably wondering where the 33% term comes from. Okay, so if you take our commercial payer rate at $85 per anesthesia unit and Medicare at $20, you can see that's not 33%. That's not 33%, but it was whenever we first noticed that it was a 33% problem in the difference in our payment. It just kind of became our tagline, 33% problem.
Okay.
But you can see that the math is...
it's fuzzy math.
We've rebranded it as less than 30%. We didn't want to start using new numbers with Congress. They can barely keep track of all of them, right? So we're just going to use the less than in front of it. They can follow that concept.
Yeah, I think everybody kind of gets that.
Right.
Well, I think that it's really interesting conversation. I'm glad we could kind of break that down. I want to move in the direction, I think both of you have mentioned QPP, the Quality Payment Program, MIPS, value-based. Mike is from the UK. They have a national healthcare system and work kind of in this zone a little bit more. Wouldn't you say, Mike, whenever you're talking about, bundled care or payment
We
models?
have a system that's probably hard to explain in the scope of one interview, but we're moving towards an integrated care system type approach. So a packet of funding going to a population in a particular geographical region. But at the moment, it's still very much institutions are
driven,
paid for what they do, and so there's still something of an activity incentive in that, which I guess is. I mean, I'd be interested to hear your definition of value-based care to see if what we're doing is the same sort of ballpark.
So it sounds like you have it based off of the fee-for-service model, where you perform a service, you get a fee for it.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the value-based one is you perform a service, but you also show that you did with some quality attached to it, or reduction in cost or something like that, and that we now get paid a little bit more for demonstrating that as well. Provide the same service with higher quality, lower cost.
Yeah, if we do it better, the patients leave hospital faster, we can do more. Therefore, that is our incentive at a hospital level.
Okay. So actually so similar to what we have, somewhat. So we've been on a fee-for-service based system, correct? So what you do is what you get paid for. So there have been introductions of different payment models over the years. So can we break that down just a little bit and start kind of at the basic level of where some of this started and where we kind of currently are, I guess, is a good place to start.
Oh, wow. The history is long, right?
Okay.
I'm talking about going way back to Clinton on.
Yeah, you could. I think a little bit more current would probably be with the Affordable Care Act that was passed in 2015. Right. It had been based, our payment was mostly based on fee-for-service. The more you did, the more you got paid. And then they wanted to try and make it more of a value proposition where you still do the same stuff you were doing, but now you demonstrate higher quality, lower cost, have higher value. Is that whole healthcare equation? So with the Affordable Care Act, passed in 2015, but started being implemented in 2017, they were really starting to try and transition over into value-based care. You can call it at the individual, the episode or the population level. So for individual, a lot of it was based off of the merit-based incentive payment system. You, as individuals, myself, Lois, whoever else, would be submitting your quality measures, your cost measures, interoperability, things like that. And at the end of the year, you'd get a score on how well you did, and then a bonus payment. And it would impact your claims 2 years later, because they'd need like a year to adjudicate, and then you can start doing that. For the episode, those are the bundles. And so if your hospital, if your practice with a surgical practice was participating in the bundle, then you'd have target prices for the entire episode of care. where there's the pre-op care, the actual in-house care that happens inside the hospital, and then there's post-op care too, and avoidable care, things like readmissions, unplanned ED visits, potentially sending to discharge dispositions like skilled nursing facilities or rehabs that are, in theory, avoidable with better care in-house. And there's a population one, which is kind of is similar to what it sounds like you might be trying to transition to there, where you can give an entire amount of payment for all care for a population in a certain area or a certain health system, and you're supposed to try and achieve that care for less than the initial target price. So if you might have, say 20,000 patients attributed to that health system, the cost of care should be, let's say, $100 million. You want to try and bring it in at $90 million instead, and you get to share in that $10 million savings.
So using your terminology, we're currently on a journey from bundled to population. Capitation type, but it's a stuttering journey.
Well, it's kind of been difficult with us too. Since MACRA was introduced and instituted, the law passed in 2015, and 2017 is whenever we really started collecting quality data. As anesthesiologists, though, we may not be an eligible clinician or may be an eligible clinician, but our line is pretty much we're interested in quality care of our patients, so we really want to participate in a merit-based incentive payment program, or if we're part of a big accountable care organization or a healthcare system that can allow us to participate in advanced payment models where we can do more population-based or more broader initiatives that would benefit our patients. We're totally for it. But there is some nuances.
Yeah.
We have different types of practices in the U.S., some smaller groups, individual groups of anesthesiologists, and it costs money to run a quality payment program. If you wanted to participate in a merit-based incentive program, you would have to put your quality data into a qualified clinical data registry that CMS is certified to be able to do that. Now, our AQI, Anesthesia Quality Institute, runs one of the quality payment, one of the clinical data registries called NACOR, and it's one that is one of the biggest ones that CMS has now verified. There's also billers who will run qualified clinical data registries and allow them to integrate with CMS as well. But not every biller does that, and not every anesthesiologist and group or individual has the ability to participate in a quality payment program. It does cost money to do that. So it's a value equation, once again, for the practice, because it could significantly impact how much they make. So since it was instituted in 2017, the highest payment adjustment was 1.85%. 1.85%. Yeah, of $20.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you're talking, like cents, right?
Yeah.
So if you do it, you did the math once,
I did
Jonathan.
do the math once.
How many Medicare
gosh.
payment? How many Medicare patients cases did you have to do to actually even make enough money to run your own quality payment program, or pay for a qualified data registry to submit your?
I don't remember the exact number. I did it quite a few years ago, but it was based off of, it was a beautiful napkin. But
Very
it was based off the
napkin.
cost that there was a paper in JAMA, the Journal of American Medical Association. It was, one of the authors was a MedPAC commissioner, the Medicare Payment Advisory Commission. They're the ones who basically advise Congress on changes they should make to Medicare. Whether the Congress actually listens to them or not is a different, a whole other top med talk.
Or two.
But they had basically said that they had surveyed providers in all different specialties across the country, and that the average cost of submitting MIPS measures was about $13,000 per provider. Now, to get $13,000 off of 1.85% was, give me a napkin and I'll figure it out for you. But it was essentially working all day, every day, more than 365 days in a year to try and make up that. It's physically impossible to make that back.
Yeah.
So I think where anesthesiologists really have the biggest impact is working within an accountable care organization or a big healthcare system, or their healthcare system that they are working in. Though a lot of groups do participate in a merit-based incentive program, I just don't know if they're getting a positive adjustment based on that amount of money.
Well, and like you said, there's pressure to do that because we do want to do quality work.
Absolutely.
And you want to contribute to all of the data, all the information going in there to say you've done high quality anesthesia care, but it's hard to make the numbers work sometimes.
Right. And it's how our anesthesiologists are, independent practice, small independent practice, individuals versus larger groups.
Yep.
I don't know how it's structured for in the UK.
Within the National Health Service,
Yes.
the anesthesiologists work for the hospital. So it's always a large group.
So it's so much easier, right? Instead of being an individual practitioner
very
or
different.
solo practitioner. Now, the quality payment program is moving more onto the population health, kind of platform itself. It's called a MIPS value pathway. And we were very lucky with the leadership and the staff of the ASA to actually be one of the 12 MIPS value pathways. We have an anesthesia MIPS value pathway. This year is the first year that a practitioner can participate in the MIPS value pathway and report through that. I don't know what the payment adjustment is going to be. I don't know if it's going to make much more.
Don't
but
hold
it's
your breath.
but it's a lot easier to do. And we need to participate. You need to submit 4 quality measures and your results from those quality measures and one improvement activity if it's a high impact one. So some of those quality measures, and I have them here because I didn't want to mess them all up. This year they're going to be adding a couple more. But for example, abstinence and smoking, that those sorts of quality measures. Is that what you have as well in the UK? What are some of your quality measures?
It doesn't work like that, basically.
Okay.
We do a lot of auditing of practice, but the payment system rarely is occasionally attached to that. So if I give you an example for emergency laparotomy, so major abdominal surgery, we had for a period of time, if you documented risk, you would get an uplift.
Oh.
So they're very focused. So we've had the same around thromboembolic prophylaxis. And different things, but they tend to be for a period of time, and then it's assumed that they're
you're 100%.
absorbed
So
into practice.
so-
Which is clearly not true. But, so we have additional incentive payments, but mainly it's a tariff per procedure, which means there is somewhat of an incentive to do more, but there's also an incentive to be very smart about choosing which procedures you do.
I see. So the healthcare system makes the decision on...
Where the practitioner's working with the patients, it's a multidisciplinary team.
Okay.
But talking with colleagues in the US, I think happens less. So we will make positive decisions not to operate, and the financial incentives support that.
Oh, that's very powerful.
Which is really powerful, yeah. So, in my own hospital, we, amongst the highest risk patients, even on cancer surgery, we've got maybe 15-20% who are deciding not to have surgery because there are alternatives like chemotherapy, immunotherapy, radiotherapy, palliation. And because the patients for whom that is the right decision are those that are the highest risk and likely to be a high burden on the system, it's a great decision for the patient, and it's a great decision for the system as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So not the way that we operate here.
A little different, yeah.
Within the U.S. The final point that I want to make on this before we move on, we have one or two more things that I want to touch base on is, the future of these value-based care models and how anesthesia fits into that. We don't have a crystal ball necessarily, but if you did have one, where do you think we're going? Because it's all the buzz. I think, for a while, I think value-based models kind of took a back seat, but you keep hearing about them more, and this merit-based value pathway and things like that, we're hearing more and more. Where do you think we're moving, and where do you see anesthesiology in the next 5 years on that?
I think we're being forced, not electively moving, but we're being forced into a downside risk model.
Oh, okay.
And it's CMS, their federal payer here, is really targeting primary care providers. They see them as like the gatekeepers to all care that happens afterwards. They make sure you go get your mammography or your colonoscopy, and then from there, other care escalates. And so they're focusing on them, primary care providers, for more of a population-based and downside risk model. So like I was saying before, a certain amount of attributed lives might have a care amount that should cost about $100 million. Well, the downside risk of that is that if you come in above 100 million, you actually need to pay CMS back part of it. Upside is only having it where if you come in below, you get to share in the savings, but if you go over, you don't have to pay back. Downside is you have to pay back as well. So it's really kind of disincentivizing extra care that may or may not be necessary, especially some of the avoidable care, like the readmissions, like the unplanned ED visits, like the other excessive things that might happen. And so I think we're being mandatorily pushed in that direction. And as anesthesiology practices, we're kind of just getting pulled in later in the game. We're not part of the target that they're going after. They really are targeting primary care providers in this whole thing, and we just kind of get lumped in afterwards. And part of the biggest reason for that, go ahead.
But except for our bundled payments, like with hips and joint, you know, those.
Totally agree.
Yeah. So we are at the table discussing how we can better care for total hips and joints.
Yeah. Quality is coming back into the conversation. How do we do better care?
Yeah, absolutely. And Jonathan, I mean, you know, what happened at the the orthopedic hospital with the bundle payment for spine?
What do you mean?
Well, they made a significant amount of money.
Oh, yes. So it's true with more coordinated care, similar to what we have advertised here with the perioperative surgical home.
Yeah, absolutely.
Using that framework, surgeons are trying to do the same thing. Their infographics look just like our infographics. It's a lot of the same stuff, but essentially it's coordinated care. And
yes,
you need
better
team leaders,
perioperative
but you need an entire
care.
team to do it, right?
Absolutely.
And anesthesiologists should really be at the table driving all those conversations because we touch that patient throughout many parts of those cares. But you can talk about the success of this program.
100%, yeah. So programs that have shown the most success are the ones that really do coordinate that care from the decision that it's made to have surgery all the way through 30 to 90 days after post-op then too. Trying to avoid some of those things I was talking about before. And also, one of the biggest areas that they want to avoiding it is with the skilled nursing facilities after discharge.
Yes, for sure,
So
the disposition.
Probably the best example, most target prices for like a total joint is say like $25,000 or $30,000 for the entire episode of care. Well, a day in a skilled nursing facility gets reimbursed by Medicare at $650 a day. And you can stay in a nursing facility up to a month. So imagine, 30 times $650, and all of a sudden you've hit your target price, right?
Yeah.
And so avoiding those sorts of things that can really make you an excessive, costly center or, episode are some of the biggest, strategies going into the surgery. Let's avoid this. Let's try certain things. Let's make sure this patient does physical therapy day of surgery.
Yeah.
Those patients that do physical therapy day of surgery are much more likely to be discharged to home with maybe some extra services or something like that, as opposed to those that don't get their physical therapy until say day 2 or 3 after the surgery. Those are much more likely to be discharged to a skilled nursing facility because they need more care in order to get their way out of the, take care of themselves, et cetera.
Yeah.
And detecting frailty and prehabbing patients, nutrition. That is, I really do believe that's kind of the future that we're kind of looking at is how can we change that episode of care to decrease the cost to the whole environment, the healthcare environment, as well as the cost to the patient personally and their family that needs to take care of that of the patient. So
we've had lots of conversation about that and all around perioperative care and better perioperative care here on Top Med Talk. It's the main, probably our main thing. Go ahead, Mike.
I heard the Center, I think it's an ASA initiative, the Center for Anesthesia and Perioperative Economics. Can you tell us a little bit about that before we close?
Yeah, this is a new center that we have formed, the Center for Anesthesia and Perioperative Economics. The center was, we only have a couple of centers, but this one is really to try to focus our attention on perioperative economics and the struggles that we're facing. How we can all get on the same page and have a unified voice to come up with solutions on dealing with the economic issues that we face. And it's just not Medicare. It's other payers. The No Surprises Act has had...
We didn't get to touch on that very much, but that's impacted it.
Has probably one of the biggest impacts on where insurers are gaming the system and pushing anesthesiologists out of their commercial payer network to pay them a lower payment for their cost of care. That probably has one of the biggest effects as well. welcome to the U.S.
But so this center, I mean, we've nicknamed
Yes.
it CAPE, right? That's the acronym, C-A-P-E,
Yeah.
CAPE. It really, as Lois was saying, is supposed to elevate the significance of many of these different payment issues. And to be honest, many of the issues were actually going a little bit beyond the scope of the Committee on Economics, and also they required a lot more resources than we have on the committee too. We do a lot of impressive, powerful work, timely topics, other resources, and we have other obligations too when it comes to getting different resources out to even be able to submit anesthesia claims every year. CAPE is supposed to try and take a lot of these issues and also bring some more resources to it. There's a lot of brilliant minds in all these other committees within ASA, and now CAPE's supposed to help coordinate all those and really kind of bring some of these issues even further along.
Yeah.
Great project.
It is. Yeah, absolutely. Lois, Jonathan, thank you so much for sitting down with us. It's been a great conversation. Anything in closing that you want, resources or anything else that you wanted to talk about today that you think would impact our listeners?
We just would really welcome any feedback from you. Connect with us if you have any issues that we can help you with. ASA is your resource, and we're here to help you. If we don't know about the issues that you are dealing with out there, especially economic pressures, then we can't help you as much. And the more we have, the more we know, the better we can be.
Yeah, reach out to Jonathan to do some back of the napkin math or his presentation.
They're going to buy him a new calculator now.
Good. Well, I know they can afford that.
I'd remind people too, when we talked a lot about Medicare today, and not as much about the commercial side, but the No Surprises Act stuff. There's a ton of resources related to that as well on the ASA website, just like there are for Medicaid and now Medicaid as well. The No Surprises Act and issues that practices are having, and they're telling us. We didn't even need to ask; they were telling us already. But I'm sure there's more that are coming up as more of these lawsuits get filed, rebuttals from the government on them, and et cetera. So final rules and interim final rules, et cetera. So those are some other things.
Yeah,
to keep
and
in
lots
mind.
of communication coming out about that and how it affects. So
Absolutely.
keep an eye out and for all of those. Yeah. Been a very great conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Desiree.
Thank you for listening to Top Med Talk. You can find us at topmedtalk.com. All these wonderful conversations are there. They're on YouTube, going to go out throughout the rest of the conference. We have our schedule up at topmedtalk.com to hear more fabulous conversations just like this one. So please stick with us. We loosely stick to the timing. Sometimes we're a little bit off, but that's okay. Again, thank you to the ASA. Thank you to all of our sponsors that keep this going. And thank you for listening today. Cheers, everybody.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Top Med Talk here at Anesthesiology 2023, the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists. I'm Desiree Chappell, your host. I'm joined by my co-host, Professor Guy Ledbrook. Guy, thank you so much for co-hosting with me today.
Oh, it's been terrific. I come away much better informed than I started the day.
So whenever I asked Guy if like, hey, you want to hang with me on Top Med Talk? There was no pushback. He said, sure, let's do it. Now, what do I do? So you've done a fabulous job of jumping right in with that without much instruction for sure. So thank you very much.
It's been great.
We have had some great conversations today, though, haven't we?
Oh, it's been fascinating. I mean, it's quite astonishing kind of what we're hearing, what's happening, all the new things that are going on. You know, we're at a really exciting phase of the specialty. It's just growing. It's heading in directions where we might never have imagined. Can't wait.
Yeah, the positivity is palpable. I love it. It's great. So for those of you who may not have heard of Top Med Talk before, Top Med Talk is a leading perioperative medicine podcast. It's a free open access podcast. We're global. We're listened to in over 100 countries across the world. We have over 2,000 podcasts, which, you know, when we talk about that, my other partners, we always say it's been a lot of work, but it's been a passion project and a lot of fun. And we just this summer surpassed 2 million downloads. So a lot going on with Top Med Talk. We have our website, topmedtalk.com, where you can go back into the archives of the conversations that we've had here at the ASA, which we've been at the last 6 years. So lots of content from these fabulous meetings, as well as from conferences around the world, and really, really cool chats with key opinion leaders in anesthesia and in our specialty. So lots of good content there. We did want to give a shout out to and a huge thanks to the American Society of Anesthesiologists. They have given us this beautiful booth and lined up some phenomenal interviews and leaders within the ASA to have chats with. So thank you so much. And also our sponsors. We couldn't do what we do. We couldn't make this open to the world, free medical education, without the generosity of Edwards Life Sciences, GE Healthcare, Medtronic, to name a few. So thank you so much to our sponsors. Without further ado, though, Guy, I think we need to jump right into the conversation, our last one of the day today. So thanks if you've been hanging with us. We have Eli McMillan, and we have Majesty Greer from Howard University, the College of Medicine. Guys, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So diving right in, why don't you give us a little bit of background about yourself? So you all are in the College of Medicine at Howard. So Eli, why don't I start with you and tell us a little bit more about your experience there and your background.
Okay, so I'll start off with my background. I was born in Atlanta, Georgia, but then I primarily grew up in New York. So I basically claim New York as my home. But then my journey into medicine, I have a little non-traditional route. I'm already a physical therapist. So I went to undergrad at Tuskegee University, another HBCU, and then I did my doctorate of physical therapy at NYU. And then I worked for about a year and a half, and then just really opened my eyes to the different fields within healthcare, and I just really fell in love with medicine and in particular anesthesia. And then that's when I applied to medical school, and now I'm here at Howard. And I'm loving it.
Yeah,
loving
and you said you said some alphabet. There was some alphabet soup in there.
Oh, HBCU, so historically black college university, and then when you get to the medical school, it's called HBMC, historically black medical colleges.
Oh, very good. Okay, and I think we're going to dive into that a little bit more in just a second. Majesty, why don't you tell us about yourself?
Yes. Okay. So I'm originally from Hawaii, actually a town called Kaneohe in Oahu. And I'm actually a first-generation high school graduate and college graduate.
Wow.
So I kind of went into medicine very blind, but it's something that I knew I wanted to do since I was a child. So I really had to go out and try to get the information that I needed to get to where I am now. So I went to Northern Arizona University for undergrad, and I actually graduated early because I did a lot of college when I was in high school. I took a year off, and then during that year off, I applied to medical school, and I went over to Howard. And I actually got interested in anesthesia because I worked as a tech in pre-op and PACU.
Oh, okay.
And an anesthesiologist heard I was a pre-med student, asked me if I wanted to shadow them. And I hadn't really heard of anesthesia, and I didn't really know what I was going to get myself into, but I needed shadowing hours to apply to medical school, right? So I wasn't going to say no. I'm so glad that I did, because I absolutely immediately fell in love with the specialty. I knew I wanted to be a doctor, but I didn't really know what kind of doctor I wanted to be. And ever since then, anesthesia has really held my interest, and I'm actually one of the co-presidents of our Howard University's Anesthesia Interest Society. So,
wow, that's fantastic. Very, very good.
Thank you.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the terminology historically black university or college of medicine, because that, I think, for many people maybe around the world don't understand what that means. So, Eli, do you want to tell us a little bit more about?
So basically, it's on par with every other university around the country. It's just universities or institutions that were created to create a space that had equal opportunity for individuals of color and minorities. When we talk about HBCUs, or historically black medical colleges, or historically black colleges, it doesn't exclusively mean that the whole student population is just black students.
Yeah.
There's definitely a huge diversity there as well, but it's definitely it's an amazing creation that was made to create equal opportunities for individuals to gain access into the educational field as well, to help further themselves.
Yeah. And Majesty, what attracted you to Howard? Was that one of the things that brought you to the university there, or?
Yes, it did actually. So, going into medicine, not having anybody in my family who's even gotten a bachelor's degree, I definitely wanted to go someplace that I felt like I would be included in people that looked like me or came from similar backgrounds as me. And so when I had done an interview over at Howard, I really felt like the faculty and the staff had come from similar backgrounds, or like I said, just similar experiences as me, and then talking to the medical students. And I do feel like with me going there, I really have made some lifelong friends because of that. And I really do feel like I found my community, and that was very important because I needed that support going into medical school, especially because I'm doing medical school in the mainland, far away from my family, so I have to find another support system.
Yeah. And I think, and as a woman, I can attest to this. It is, it feels good. You feel supported whenever the people who are in leadership represent you,
Exactly.
and who you are and where you come from. I to me, it's hard sometimes to really engage and interact with people who may not understand where I'm coming from. So, Guy, what are your, I know you come from Australia. It's maybe
we're only a fraction of the size of the United States, so we kind of wrestle with this issue too, and how to support people that we really want to move forward. And we have an Indigenous population which really is going to benefit from more people in medicine. So we don't have exclusive institutions, but we have pieces of institutions to try and really encourage that. And so we try and get to the same place, but we just don't have the sort of size that you do to be able to achieve that. But it's incredibly important. Look, I'm impressed by the richness of both of your backgrounds. I mean, you've clearly ended up in this place with an enormous amount of experience. Do you think that's actually helped in your decision-making process, to rather than sort of, in my world, to do high school, go straight into medicine, just kind of on this track? But you've obviously got a very rich background, both of you. Do you think that's kind of helped in your choices? And is that something that almost we would recommend? Or?
Yeah, I really do, because I had to find a lot of experiences and make sure that this was the path I was going to go on. Education is so expensive. The only way I was going to get education was through scholarships, and so I had to make sure what I chose to do was what I really wanted to do. Because my family is unable to support me financially, so yeah.
Wow. How about you, Eli?
I would definitely say my prior experiences have really helped me out a lot within just medical school, but also within the process of me understanding where I want to go with my career, with going into anesthesia, because it's sort of two-sided with that, because I was also a student athlete when I was in Tuskegee, and I played basketball, so I really enjoyed that team aspect of healthcare, and also I enjoyed that when I fell in love with that when I was in the OR for the first time, and with anesthesia, working with the surgeons, the circulating nurse, everything. I just loved the whole dynamic, and I felt like I was back at home. I was back on the basketball court. But then with regards to knowing that I wanted to do anesthesia, with my time working as a physical therapist, I worked for about a year and a half when I was at NYU, and I was able to learn about each different specialty, and really see and talk to them, and actually talk to attendings and residents, see what their life looked like, or what did the actual job entail. So it really gave me, I feel, an upper hand in a way, because really just be able to see it real time and see what each field did, and I could really just, I could lay hands on them and just really understand what that meant, and it really helped to guide my decision. So a lot of people are surprised, like I knew from like when I came into school I wanted to do anesthesia, but it's because of my prior experience. I had so much exposure to the different fields that it kind of just made it clear for me. From day one, that's what I want to do.
Yeah, I actually really agree with that. Being like working in pre-op and PACU as a tech, I really got to. It's very scary talking to doctors when you're a pre-med. So it was really great to get comfortable with doctors really quickly and have them be really excited that I wanted to go into the field and come and offer me advice. And even I would do patient transports throughout the hospital and seeing like internal medicine doctors like, oh, you're pre-med, like here's my information. And also learning how to work with patients is so important, and having those skills before I even started medical school. With me now, a third year doing my rotations, I have those a really good base. I'm sorry.
Foundation.
I built a really great foundation, and now I can continue to build on my skills. And I think it is so helpful to get into the clinical environment as soon as possible if you're interested in medicine. It can really confirm it for you or show you that, oh, maybe I need to do a different path.
Absolutely.
And the programs that you've embarked on are obviously going well. They're obviously, you can see in your faces that they're terrific. Do you get opportunity to feed back to people that are considering a similar path? So is there any program for people who are aspiring to this, or perhaps, just a bit further upstream from where you are, to be able to talk to them or interact with them to try and encourage that sort of career and approach?
Yeah, so I mean, I could answer that one. So I'm also the VP of our anesthesia interest group, but also the VP of our SNMA chapter for
SMA.
SNMA is the Student National Medical Association for minority students. So we actually just had our regional leadership institute, and that was last week, and that was to have exposure to pre-medical students and those that are aspiring to come into medicine, and provide them mentorship and provide them just tangible examples of, this is somebody that looks like you that's also in this role. And so just definitely plenty of opportunities. And then 2 weeks ago also, there's another program called Black Men in White Coats. They had another mentor-mentee matching program, and now just another opportunity just to try and just speak with somebody that just wants to get into medical school and just let them know about your experience and trying to give them advice so that they could get into that position. Because I think it's just very important just seeing somebody that looks like you, because it just helps it to become a little bit more tangible and a real opportunity for you to try and get there.
And aspirational, but yet attainable.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I'm also very passionate about giving back, because the only way I was ever going to learn how to do medicine was from people teaching me. So I haven't done any specific programs per se. I'm actually applying for, there's a medical ascension program in DC that works with, you do workshops with students, high school students who are interested in medicine. And so I'm applying for that, and I really hope I get that, because that's just everything I wanted to do. But I do more, I guess, it's kind of like a hearsay. So I have people who know somebody who's interested in medicine, and so they'll give them my contact information, and I will talk to them, tell them my story, try to give them any help I can or any advice that I have. I also did Upward Bound when I was in high school. I don't know if you've heard of that program. Yeah, so I actually am still in contact with them, and I also offer my services. I'm like, I can speak if anybody wants to know about medicine, and I've been able to do that through Zoom. That's kind of how I've been giving back, and I can't wait to do more as I continue in my career.
That's fantastic.
And Majesty, she's very modest. She's one of the best mentors to me and also my peers as well. She's taught us so much throughout this whole process, and just giving us opportunities as well. So she's very big in mentorship. Whether she knows it or not, she impacts a lot of lives.
Yeah. Oh, that's so wonderful to hear. And I'm sure that feedback is appreciated.
Yes, I'm always really happy to help. So
that's great.
I mean, you're describing what sounds like an extraordinary system to me. It sounds terrific. Is this commonplace in the United States? Is there enough of this? Do you have an idea of how widespread what's clearly a well-structured and very engaging program, is that common? Is it unusual?
I think it really depends. So, something that really drew me to Howard was the camaraderie between the students. And, something that's so big is that immediately we started school, we were like okay, there's going to be 125 in, 125 out. We're going to help each other. And we would feel comfortable enough to text in our group me when we would be having issues, and then somebody would go and privately message you like, oh, okay, I actually...
Hold on one second, Majesty. It's live. They're closing on us, but we're going to continue.
Okay.
They may make another announcement in just a bit. And they might actually get vacuums here in just a second. But keep going. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No worries. But yeah, we felt comfortable enough to be able to type in the group chat, hey, I'm having trouble with this topic. And then somebody would actually reach out to them and be like, oh, you know what? I'm really good at that. Let me help you. I mean, in my first month of med school, that happened. I had a really hard time with like genetic math. And somebody heard about that. And they came like, okay, here, let's sit down. And I'm going to teach you how to do this. And it was amazing, and that support was amazing. Now, I don't think that is everywhere. I wish it was everywhere. I feel like medicine is such a competitive specialty to be in, and I feel like you kind of really get in your head where like, okay, I have to be the best. But, you know, you can really learn a lot from interacting with people and helping people. Actually, I learned that I honestly remember things the best when I'm able to teach it back to people. And you get so much joy from helping other people achieve their goals as well, because we're all a team. Like, you know, everybody, every single med student, like in the entire world, we're all in the same place. We all have a passion to help people, to help people's health care. And there's no reason to feel like, oh, somebody else has to fail in order for me to do that.
Yeah.
We should be able to help each other and lift each other up so that way we can all achieve our goals and help our patient population just become healthier. So
yeah, that's great. So we talk. I mean, this is fascinating. I love this conversation. It is so great. You've talked about the things that you feel like you've taken away that Howard and this particular type of program have been able to help with. What are some of the challenges that you still feel like you're facing as a minority within the specialty of medicine?
So within the specialty of medicine and even anesthesia, with regards to our program over at Howard, some limitations we just face is that we don't have our own home residency program for anesthesia. So sometimes it could be difficult for us to try and, you know, get that exposure into anesthesia at times. And especially with anesthesia not being a core curriculum course, that could really push people not to get into anesthesia just from the aspect of not knowing about the field.
Yeah.
You know, so I think that's definitely a challenge, and with that challenge, that also just makes it more difficult for us to gain that exposure. But then we have to work 10 times as hard
to
get those exposures. So reaching out to external entities, different hospitals, seeing who we can network with to see if we could just get opportunities to get exposure into the field. And even still with Howard, you still have opportunities to shadow every here and then, but even still it is limited as to when you hear your peers in other medical schools and they have their own home residency program, and it's just they have more exposure and more opportunities within the field. So that's one of the fallbacks of being in the program.
Yeah. Majesty, any other thoughts on that?
No, yeah, I just agree. And honestly, your first experience to be able to do a rotation in anesthesia is your 4th year of medical school.
Oh.
It is a couple of months before you're applying for residency. You know, applications are submitted in September. My first chance to be able to rotate will be, I finished my 3rd year in July, so it would probably be August.
Yeah.
So I think that is a huge limitation. You know, it's not part of the core curriculum, and then us just not having a home program. So we really have to rely on doing away rotations and networking and really having to get our name out there.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Well, guys, it looks like the future is bright, though.
For sure.
And my faith in the future of anesthesia, just talking to you guys, I mean, this is incredible what you are doing. And, you know, I think, Guy.
Yeah, and look, to the sort of topics we've spoken about today, about the future of anesthesia and the value that's perceived from it, especially outside the operating room. And maybe those things will encourage institutions like yours to be able to have more of an emphasis on these sort of programs because it is historically been a bit of a niche area.
Yeah.
But in fact, we're not niche anymore, are we? We're kind of out there doing all sorts of stuff. So let's hope that part of this evolution allows colleges to have the capacity to kind of provide more exposure in the future. So, yeah, I mean, everything that you're doing, I mean, and anesthesia is doing and perioperative medicine is doing, hopefully kind of syncs to kind of build that capacity, just not for healthcare delivery, but healthcare training too.
Oh, for sure. 'Cause it's an amazing specialty. I mean, I'm a little biased. I think it's probably the best, So why not try and create more opportunities just so we get as much people as we can into it, especially if there's a physician shortage as well, I definitely think it's a lot of importance to try and get more people to come into the field and get exposure because it's amazing.
Yeah. Well, it's conversations like this and voices like yours that will push this.
Yeah, exactly. And I do want to say really fast, the amazing thing about anesthesia is how our anesthesiologists are so excited and they really want to push the education for it. And, with Howard not having a home anesthesia program, we have a lot of doctors that actually reach out to us and to our AIG. We actually have a networking opportunity coming up next weekend where anesthesiologists from all over the DMV, residents and attendings are going to come and talk with our students. And it was just like, this anesthesiologist is a Howard alumni and was like, oh yeah, let me help you do this. And it's just really amazing. So we have a lot of hope for the future. And there's a lot of support, even though we don't have a home institution. We are so appreciative for.
Yeah, absolutely. Majesty, Eli, thank you so much for taking time out of the meeting. Oh, I know. One more thing. One plug for both of you guys. You both said you presented today.
Yes.
Majesty, what was your poster on?
Yeah, so I was looking at how residency meet and greets going on a virtual platform, speaking to medical schools individually, specifically HBCUs, can help increase the diversity in the anesthesia residency applicant pool.
Oh, nice. Very good. And Eli, what about you?
And mine was very sciencey based, but
That's okay.
it was looking at the effect of exosomes and different proteins within the postpartum woman population and seeing if that could be a neuroprotective factor to help mitigate the risk of strokes. And in particular, we looked at heat shock protein 20, and we saw that with some increases, it was able to be neuroprotective in those patients.
Wow, that's incredible. I mean, this is
great. But also, you have the opportunity and are encouraged to undertake these sort of inquiry projects at your stage, which is again sort of speaks well to the program that you're part of, because both of those are terrific pieces of work that you've been allowed to lead. So I mean the program you're on just sounds terrific.
Great.
I'm forever grateful to Howard. It's a great program.
I really am.
That's wonderful. Thank you guys. And congratulations on your work and what you did today and presenting that. That's absolutely fantastic. And thanks so much for taking the time to sit with us here.
Thank you for having us.
Yes,
it means a lot.
Thank you. Absolutely. And if you want to hear more conversations just like this, again, topmedtalk.com. This particular conversation will be on YouTube. If you liked what you heard, be sure to like that and share with your friends, because I think this one right here is going to be really important for the world to hear. So absolutely. Thanks again to our sponsors, and thank you for listening. Cheers, everybody. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, day 2 of Anesthesiology 2023.